Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to continue with the Ivalice raid today. Maybe we'll play some Bozja. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the stream today. Thank you for joining. I hope it's a nice day for you to play some multiplayer content. I'm really excited to do the third part of the tactics stream. Hopefully everything's running smoothly. I spent most of yesterday tinkering, trying to sort out a lot of settings, and some of that was streaming related, so let me know if everything's all good, and we'll have a good time today. We'll have a good time. Won't we, Construct 8? Yes, we will. We'll speak with Lena, and we'll continue and get back in with the path of most resistance. But I hope everyone's doing well. Good morning. Had to just have a little 15-minute delay there because someone, not this guy, someone set an alarm for an hour beforehand, you know, a couple of alarms, and said, oh, all good. Shut my eyes, and the next time I opened them, the whole hour had just completely vanished. Don't you hate it when that happens, when it just like feels like you didn't get that actual time asleep, and it just, you blink and you've just moved and lost time, and it sucks. It sucks. Vincent, will I play Halo Campaign Evolved next year? Yes, of course I will. Absolutely. Might even stream it. Who knows? After playing Halo for so many years, we'll see how we go. I'm actually not sure. Will I play it as soon as it comes out? That I can't promise, but I'll definitely play it. It'll be very interesting to see the Unreal remake of Halo. Is there a, we got a Moogle around here somewhere? Or no? We got one of them Moogles if you have mail. Because I just realized I've got mail. Usually they hang around the Aetheryte Plaza. I don't think they got them here. I'll have to check whatever this is. Greetings and salutations, Omega. I suppose you are wondering whether or not the good Genome has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. The good news is he has. The bad news is, however, now while it's not in my nature to be sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you not all is right aboard the airship Lexingtail. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista away from inquisitive ears? To the Prima Vista we go. Over by the inn, you say? By the inn, you say? That's the bazaar, that's not the inn. The inn is up this way. There it is. The Moogle. I see it. Right there. Alright, so we'll go to the inn. Let's have a look. We'll also get I'll get everybody into the party once I'm on the airship landing, and we'll see how we go. Got a few people online at the moment. Very nice. Very nice. That tail sound is loud. Ow! I'm being chased. I'm being chased. I'm trying to help. He's trying to give me stuff. He's trying to give me stuff in the street. Hold on a second. Look what we have here. A new letter has arrived just for you, Kupo. It's guys from Mobius. Who would have thought? The Tsukumogami parasol, designed in the likeness of a far eastern umbrella spirit, this parasol is certain to attract quizzical eyes and slobbery tongues. Thanks for the slobbery tongue umbrella. Agrias has given me a gift. And all that's reminded me is, my inventory. I haven't done anything about it. Don't look. Don't look. I forgot to do it. It looks so bad. Don't look. Alright, I'm ready. I'll need to do this. Yes. Toad. Thank you. Thank you for the tree toad. I've got a tiny little frog with me. Alright. After today's stream adventures, I'll be sorting out my stream. Sorting out my inventory. Put some stuff in the old glamour dresser. Get rid of some other stuff. No, I'm gonna do it. We'll see how long we stream for today as well. I've been having hello everyone. I've been having an unfortunately hard time uploading videos at the moment. It's been taking me so many hours as my upload speed has just apparently been shit on YouTube. I spent all day uploading one video. So I've been really trying to get those to work. So we'll be streaming for a good few hours today to finish the Ivalice raid and do some Bozja stuff, but not a lot of it today, because as soon as I finish the stream, I go right back to just resume upload on my other videos. All right, I've got my 8 for now, and then I have to do the. I can just do the party finder now, can't I? I just throw in the party finder. Oh no, we haven't unlocked it yet, so I can't. That's right. Let me unlock the thing first, and then we'll do it. Shall I prepare the shuttle for you, my lord? Yes. I forget, we've got to do the story first. That gets us to part 3. But it's tactics time. We've returned. The question is then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Omega, to what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. Oh, just go then. I apologize if we have caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees, though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Murila. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there is nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in the foreign land have taken the toll on her fragile heart. Omega, when did you... Alma! Ramza does care for his sister after all, apparently. I'm fine, brother. It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Ester Sands, the Dalmascan capital of Rabanastre appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lassalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gorg, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ridorata Cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Lassalia, Gorg. What have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalice, the Durai Papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There is no defying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you are all aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest till I've revealed the truth of young Ramza's role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor Orran Durai of the false accusations made against him by the Church. Ramza's with Alma, right? That's okay. And what are we waiting for? I have a possible destination in mind. Arriving there safely, however, is another matter. To that end, I have enlisted the aid of our company's newest members. Despite my pleas to do otherwise, who knows what trouble those two will see us into? Though I must admit, both Montblanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would ever have dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field, or was it furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother. They do all the work, and all you do is jest, Kupo. Ah, but you are mistaken, Hurdy. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. This man has changed. This man has changed in between quests. He touched the thing and started being talking like the original Ramza, and then reverted back to his dickish self. But now he's softer. And he cares for Alma, apparently. Perhaps that crystal is rubbed off on him. I don't want the crystal magic to be the reason this guy just has magical off-screen character development and becomes nicer, though. So I'm actually nice now. Alright, the game is acknowledging it too. Maybe he's just touching that crystal now. He's kept it with him and it's affecting him. His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. Yes, I noticed that too. Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Beowulf. If we can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Orran's testimony true and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turn the focus of my research to Delita's long-forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin. Auracite, the twisted abominations we encountered in both the Salia and Gork, the Lucavi, they are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Auracite. I thought it was the east and west. And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller, countless companions lost to a cause that would go unrisen, yet was far more important than in any clash of armies. And so did they endure until reaching their final destination, the Orbonne Monastery. Oh, I know this one. The Orbonne Monastery is where Princess Ophelia was raised. There's a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Delita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivalice. Ah, I see someone has been paying attention. Someone has just played the video game Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles. But I don't understand. Why would Ramza's crusade against the Lucavi take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Auracite was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. But who or what could have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph. A seraph? What's a seraph? Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake. Show her to me, I want to see her. Interesting. What if the spell Omega claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Hydaelyn by the High Seraph? But that would mean... What would that mean? I have spoken with several colleagues back in Charlayan regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least on Hydaelyn. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Alligans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge unto them. Not of this plane? What manner of creature are we talking about here? Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I'm here to deliver the item Makoto requested. Cid, there's no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important. If you two do not mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Orbonne Monastery. Would that I could. You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady Murilla, the derived papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zierschel, several leagues southeast of Rabanasta. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zierschel is not a name you will find on any modern Dalmascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zierschel, is established to be rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Golmore on the Naxian border. And for that invaluable information we owe thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Moogles themselves should explain. Why, certainly, that verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Viera, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Viera do not suffer is trespassers, not even lovable Moogles, Scoopo. Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle teeming with ruins, much like those we've discovered in Lasalia and Gorg, but the Viera trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Scoopo. So that is why we are still here talking instead of bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach the Orbonne Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopping by a banger on the docks. He asked me if I knew a Omega Ocelot, and I bid I deliver him a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver the message himself, but the man refused. Mikoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on. Of course, Master Cid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day. We got a fancy stick. Alright. Gotta figure out how to get to the Orbonne Monastery. Ayana, thank you so much for the kind words. I glimpsed that while I was in the cutscene. Thank you for your patience. Hope you're still here. Started to learn English 3 months ago with 0 level, and you found me. I won't proclaim to be the greatest English teacher, but that's awesome. I've actually had that come up before. I've had a few people mention learning or getting better at English by watching my videos, which I think is great. That is not something I expected to come about of sharing playthroughs. So that's really fun. And I'm glad you enjoyed the Elden Ring stuff too. So thank you so much for that. Chrono, welcome. It's alright, you're not late. We haven't jumped into anything multiplayer yet. We've only just gone through the intro cutscene. There is no question that Ivalice once stood atop the lands we now call Dalmasca, but with the passage of time, have remnants of those eras past faded beyond recognition. If only the great library at Rabanasta still stood. My knowledge is limited, but if there is aught you wish to ask. Yes, the Great Library of Alexandria. I mean, Rabanastre. Jeremy has information for us this time. Look at this. Cool. In the interest of time and information that we already know, we just played Final Fantasy Tactics, so we know about this relation, and we know about this relation, and we know about this. But there's going to be obviously some stuff that I continue to ask about. But I think that there's some information that we already know. What was the Orbonne Monastery, though? Tell me from your perspective. The dry papers tell us that the Orbonne Monastery overlooks a grand cataract on a river known as the Ziachel. The building was allegedly ancient in Orran's time, with no record as to exactly when or by whom it was constructed. We do know, however, that the building had deep ties with the Akasha dynasty, rulers at the time of the War of the Lions, and was oft used by the royal family to house prisoners, before finally being converted into a place of worship, a tradition that seemingly continued even after the conversion. Orran writes that Princess Ovelia Adkasha, the last rightful heir to the Ivalician throne, was confined to the cloister for much of her young life before her eventual marriage to Delita. Yet through the Cenobites at Orbonne were part of a contemplative order within the Church of Glabados, they remained oddly exempt from the High Confessor's authority. Now you may ask, if Orbonne was a monastery, then why was Ovelia a girl admitted? Well, it appears early scholars may have misinterpreted the important term. In ancient Ivalician, the word for both monastery and convent are the same. However, seeing as Orbonne was inhabited not by monks but by nuns, it would have been better suited had the word been rendered as abbey, which itself is more encompassing. In addition to their daily prayer, these nuns crafted ales and wines from ingredients grown on their land and sold them to desert townships that lacked ready access to potable water. While the dry papers indicate the monastery or abbey as Ramza's final destination before his disappearance, it does not state why his journey was to take him there. Considering that Orran actually accompanied Ramza on this quest, it is hard to believe that the chronicler would not know, leading me to believe there was a reason for this omission. One that I believe will unlock this entire mystery. Probably not documented in those papers that Ovelia, the truth about Ovelia though too, and how she was used in this story. What is the Golmore jungle? It's an endless swath of pristine emerald situated in the southeastern corner of Dalmascan, on the Naxian border. The hot and humid climes of the region have given rise to a nigh impenetrable expanse of towering sentinels and noisome bogs in which all manner of flora and fauna is allowed to flourish without the interference of man. Our very own Mont Blanc, however, claims that on his short trapes... God, I always forget how this word is pronounced because it comes up like once every 5 years. On his short trip through the region, he stumbled across numerous ruins of unknown origin. From what we have learned from our own research and expeditions, I would surmise these sites are somehow connected to ancient Ivalice. See, don't learn English from me. I don't even know what I'm talking about. What's that word? I don't know. But I'm going to use a different word instead. Drapes? Maybe. You never know with those words. They're either pronounced how they're read or there's secret letters. While it is true that the dry papers make no mention of a jungle the likes of Golmore, more than 1,000 summers have passed since my ancestor penned this chronicle. Any number of things could have given rise to a marked change in the environment, even one of your calamities, perhaps. And one cannot speak of Golmore without mention of its enigmatic inhabitants. As you know, the rainforest is also home to the Viera, self-proclaimed guardians of the wood. Though those who claim that title count themselves fewer each coming spring, as more and more of the Leporine abandon their ancestral homes for the comforts of the cities. Still, many Viera continue their adherence to a strict code that has governed their people since the age of Ivalice. None may enter their jungle, and none may leave. To the Viera, Golmore is sacred ground, and they will not suffer what they view as the desecration of their sovereign domain by outsiders. This is especially true for those who would dare hunt their lands. I would one day wish to see her ruins with mine own eyes, but without the consent of those who call the jungle home, I fear the day may never come. Hey, let's just go become best friends with the Viera here. It won't be the first time. Learning how jail is supposed to be pronounced made you take psychic damage. I think that was one of like the earliest things that I learned, because in Australia, I think that's the term we were still using, or there was like an older jail that's not in use anymore that just like still had that pronunciation. So I knew that a really long time ago. And it's really funny because whenever I say that on stream or like in a video, I'll usually have someone pop up saying I usually have someone popping up saying, I can't believe this man has said jail correctly. You know? Who is the High Seraph? Very little is known of the High Seraph, other than it was she who created the Auracite and scattered its shards across Heidelin. As for if the entity be angel or demon, well, that depends on which fairy tale you choose to believe. Though after witnessing the terror of the Lucavi firsthand, it is difficult to imagine that one truly pure of heart would design something that might give rise to such evil. That said, it appears the Auracite itself contains no evil. The stones merely serve as an amplifier of sorts for the desires of those who come into their possession. If that desire is one swollen fat with rage, one of dominance or revenge, then it is made manifest as a Lucavi. Such was the case with Argath and Begamnon. Conversely, if the wielder's intentions are just, then they are rewarded with what can only be described as miracles. Legend provides us with countless tales of the Zodiac Braves granting succor to those wounded or even fallen in battle. Perhaps this is why history cannot decide on the alignment of the stone's creator. If the being truly hails from some other plane of existence, as Mikoto suggested, then we would be fools to think she might be beholden to the same values we hold dear. Thank you. Draft always gets you? Yeah, because you want to think it's like draught or something. Like, it's written like draught. That's the thing with the English language. It does suck. Like, there's so many rules that are broken. Like, we have multiple words that are pronounced the same but spelt differently. We have words that are spelt in a way that we're taught to say them, but then they're spoken differently. And I'm like, why? Why? Like, draft. Just D-R-A-F-T. Just do that. Or, you know what? Even better, just D-R-A-P-H-T. It's a weird thing. Something is obviously very wrong with poor Alma, and why her father doesn't seem to pay her condition much mind is something we should all be wary of. Oh, maybe I should have picked the option of shouldn't we check on Alma? True, because he wasn't showing much care at all, was he? Both Mont Blanc and his brother Hurdy have proved invaluable on our expedition. I owe them my thanks. And I suppose an apology. When they first arrived, I was wary of their ability to contribute to the cause. However, over the past moons, they have done their damnedest to prove me wrong. I used to believe that we Garleans were inherently better than, well, everyone else. I suppose a part of me still does. It was what I was raised to believe. It is what all Garlean children are. Only now have I begun to realize the fool I was. Our exile here has forced me to face the arrogance that has controlled me my whole life, and what I found was that I was simply frightened. Frightened of change, frightened of admitting I was weak, and so I lashed out, and I am sorry that you, Mont Blanc, Wagi, and the others had to suffer. Has he had off-screen character development to realize that he was being an arsehole? Possibly. Possibly. Worcester sauce is a fun one. Yes, the Worcester sauce. That's because rendezvous is more French. And then, yeah. And French, that'll get you. That one will get you. Which letters are silent, and how do I have to put a accentuation on one? Gotta exaggerate my words when I'm speaking French. I sense that you are interested in the package Cid delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents. But first, I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genemi and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are naught but a result of a mind fatigued, but the answer is clear. It is the Auracite that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Otius well before even his first foray into Rabanasta. However, I do not think this entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us, rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the Auracite. Moreover, I suspect it was the Auracite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification. Or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Otius exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? The Otius has never resonated with Genemi. It has always been his wife's pendant, and its Auracite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Ivalice. No, the Otius is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reasons I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the Auracite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argath or Bagamnon. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I have explained all this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace, yet not only did she refuse, she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede, or at least lessen, the effects of the Otius. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the Otius, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect. The city below is all abuzz with word of a Banga brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kupo? Perhaps I will go and have a chat with them. Restaurant makes sense to read, but I always have trouble spelling it. There are some words that are quite annoying in that sense, that you're like, how many letters are in there? Like connoisseur, diarrhea. Apologies, Omega, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot. Why, what makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now? Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some. Golmore? You of all creatures should know that that is Viera land. What are you offering then? Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genemi believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kupo. I should have expected as much. Very well, Omega. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genemi as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you. Let me know when you are ready to depart for Rabanasta, and we'll travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention. Board Boagi's vessel. Yes. Guys, who left Mercury hanging in the chat? Mercury asked you a question. Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we?
Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds. When faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader, Gijuk, Renok, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers.
And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo.
Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. The Resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed, yet much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove 1 head, and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2, and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now, there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one, known as Lente's Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you.
Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo.
Not you, hairball. Him! Meet with the general and hear her proposal, O Maker. If you are not interested, we shall return you to Kugane unharmed. You have our...
Kupo, got your tongue?
Ravenasta dead ahead, lads.
You have our what? Mont Blanc, my goofy king. And we're back to Ravenasta.
This way. We've many miles to cover before nightfall.
Oh my god, you are kidding me! I wasn't even going to mention it, because I'm like, surely the timelines don't match up. You're gonna be fucking kidding me, dude. I was like, I didn't even entertain the possibility. I'm like, they've mentioned the Golmore jungle and they've mentioned Viera. But I'm like, the time difference. I'm like, they're not gonna do Fran. That was the point that I was like, it's so impossible that they would do it. They didn't even mention it. Like, I thought about it. I just said, there's no way that they do Fran. Oh my god. the most unmistakable Viera silhouette of all time. That's unbelievable. Now I'm just going to be even more sad that there's no voice acting, because I like Viera and Fran's voice is so nice. Fuck, that's so cool.
I've done as you asked. I bring you the Liberator.
Fran, no. I'm the tallest that my species could be. Stop it. And here I thought he'd be taller. I can't do her. She has a very interesting way of talking. I knew it. Viera. I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalmascan and general of Lentes Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Viera. Are you surprised? Alright, I'll speak it out loud then. Where the fuck is Balthier? Where's my leading man? Go on. If you do, Fran, where is the leading man? Come on. Come on. Why, yes, in fact I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Cooper. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one here in the sewer. Yes, it's how Lena talked in Shadowbringers. Yeah. Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Orbonne. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense if you were to defile it with your presence. What is more, Boagi tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How could we place our trust in one who would do such? Jeremy and his family defected long ago. They are not your enemy. Bjork-inspired is so real. I can't do that either without it sounding absolutely ridiculous. I could probably do it, but I'm not going to attempt it out of fear. So let's just move on. A Garlean is a Garlean. Their pathetic attempt at absolution only proves their past guilt. You misunderstand. Kind Jeremy does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmascan and its impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalmascan red? We could cut you open and find out.
General, there's no need for threats.
You are right, Bragi. Then let us parley. Parley? Parley. Hey, that's pirate speak. Or in your case, sky pirate speak. First, the resistance requires men and women from the Eorzean and Eastern alliances to join us in ridding Dalmascan of its Imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldenard Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemort, even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orbonne. And what of the Lexentales? See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you?
I will deliver your request to the Scions, but can promise no more. Tell them my demands, but know the fate of your expedition hangs on how well you do so. I'd say we've our work cut out for us, Kupo. Wagi, you and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. That is so cool. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess. Alright, alright. Let's see what happens there. One of the most outrageous character designs of all time for a 11-year-old boy to play on the PlayStation 2. Ass size. What an adventure, Cooper. Just think, by tomorrow we could all be the newest members of the Dalmascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place in the Prima Vista just yet. The path of most resistance. Welcome to their jungle. Montblanc is eager to return to the Prima Vista and report on your findings. That is such a cool reveal. I was like, yeah, we'll just take you to our general. So because this was before Shadowbringers, this was before Viera were added into the game as playable. So that's really cool. Now, your first Viera is the Viera. Just going to quickly finish this small bit of breakfast because I had to get the stream happening as soon as possible. I don't want to eat it during cutscenes. Yeah, the Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced Viera design is really cool. Okay. Hurry, hurry, if I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo. X2 got to you. 10-2, I should say. I don't know why I said X2. 10-2 got to you before 10 could. Now, you know, I've said it plenty of times. I haven't played 10-2. But I have seen what the characters look like. And while I don't really know what she's about, I think Pain is cool as hell. I was always like, Pain and Squall would get along. My dream Final Fantasy couple pairing, those two.
Do you seek passage to the Prima Vista? Yes. Doesn't her name tell you what she's about? No. Because underneath the surface, there's a lot of love there and care. Let me tell them, Omega. Let me, Kupo. Where have you been? In Rabanasto with Mont Blanc? Why didn't you tell me? Am I supposed to report on something if I'm not there to see it? You only know her from Kingdom Hearts. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Forgot for a second that the trio is in Kingdom Hearts 2. That's my direct experience with them from playing that game too. Oh, man, I forgot about that because their role in that game is strange. This woman asks much of us. The Viera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code that will meet swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many a Viera will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. While the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard, shun all contact with the outside world, unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation, there are those Viera who long for life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is that Fran is one such individual. Who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. It seems Omega's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. We'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the alliances of the East Oldenard Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? I'll play Final Fantasy X-2 eventually, chat, so we'll just need to keep the, keep the blind playthrough intact. Just remember that. It'll be a journey to remember, I'm sure. Because Final Fantasy X is obviously top tier, it's one of my favorites. Just never got around to X-2. Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment. I'll be back. Well then, Omega, what are we waiting for? I would play Final Fantasy X first, yes. Because if there was any time to play Final Fantasy X, that would be the time to do it. That would just make the most sense. I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking a few soldiers and a coffer or three of gil should be a piece of Rolandberry cake. I suppose we should inform Bwagi down at Kugane Landing of our progress. You mentioned he was to keep an eye on us. So you've an answer from the East Oldenard already. Impressive. It would seem that Lady Fran has underestimated your influence among the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then. Welcome to their jungle. Good quest. Title? Hancock awaits us in the bazaar, shall we, Omega? Haven't spoken with Hancock in a while. A lovely lady and a banker. Hero's expecting you to be alone, Omega. But excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yugiri as well? It's been so long. And I'm Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Tartaru was like, any excuse to get back into my kimono. Not that it is far from the landing to... Bwagi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing our nation's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tartaru Taru of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance.
Thank you both for coming. I am Bwagi, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lente's Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us?
Allow me to begin then. While the East Aldenard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. As you are aware, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political and, You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor that group over another, seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone. Doing such would be sending the wrong message and ultimately harm profits. Yes. And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial agreement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Omega knows all too well, it is not my choice. Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. Well, this is going well.
And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources.
Wait, how did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours. Having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations, Doma is open to further welcoming like-minded organizations. This includes our Dalmascan brothers and sisters still suffering under the Imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders.
You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanesta.
The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Domo is to join hands with Dalmascan as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one.
Doma, as a fully fledged ally, would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers.
Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalmascan from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom.
You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lente's tears, am I correct?
Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step.
You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. Ha ha ha.
You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet still you let this farce play out.
You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader.
Bye, Agri. You could say hello to me if you want. We can have a quick hug. Miss you.
Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you.
Are we gonna start getting Final Fantasy XII cameos now? Like, are we just gonna start? Are we getting Ash? Are we getting Bozja? Are they gonna do it to me? Wait, what about the Golmore jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back to where we started. Principal Genemy will not be pleased. Alright, back we go. RJ, welcome to the stream. Enjoy some part 2 of our sweet tactics stream in Final Fantasy XIV. It is as you say. It is most unfortunate. But I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Omega on this wild pacer chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Wagi mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine. Naive and stubborn? Then the resistance is doomed. If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo. I would not be so certain, Montblanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose... You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. Fran has arrived. Are we getting the Ash reveal? Is that Ramza with the ponytail? Yes. RJ? After this, I can try and catch you up on last stream, if you'd like. Just give me a second. You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector.
The door was open.
And you would be... I would be here on orders from the leader of Lente's Tears, against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume. I am Genevieve St. Lexingale, principal of the Majestic Theatre Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome here on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort you are to be compensated. That is most generous. I think it's absolutely incredible how well the art style has been retained with Fran. Like, it's not a character that's been like taken and adopted into the Final Fantasy XIV style. Like, we're seeing like Ramza's character design, but translated in a way where he looks to fit in with Final Fantasy XIV, like with the face and the eyes and stuff like that. But Fran, boop, yeah, caster set it at model taken straight out of Final Fantasy XII. It's insane. It's like perfectly recreated, which is so cool. I wonder if they literally did just pluck the model out of the game. Well, maybe, but probably not, because that was PlayStation 2. They would have still had to like recreate it. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Ramza, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests?
It appears you once again prepare a leap into dangers more. Keep your wits about you, Omega. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so is Pagamnon. If you'll excuse me.
Just the slow blink look over there. So amazing. That is true. They did have the Zodiac Age remaster, so that's also possible. Forget about that one a lot, don't I? Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Otius. The what? There is no need to worry. Makoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name. The Charlayan has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would you say? What would Mother say?
if I allowed aught to befall you.
Mother? That is what this is all about, isn't it? What it has always been about. You care not about Ivalice or the Orran name. No, you only seek to use the Auracite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translates one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Auracite. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations.
Oh yeah, great idea.
Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so.
Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Either of you.
It is too late! Holy shit. I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me? Do not be cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Help me, Rams. Alma! Yo, well, now we gotta go rescue Alma at Orbonne Monastery. Isn't that a really interesting plot point? It repeats itself. No! No! Gods forfend.
I told you. No one can control the power within those shards. No one.
Omega, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. Come, we leave for the Golmore jungle. Now. Damn. So I guess that the leader of the resistance, this dear princess, is more of like a wink-wink reference as they're like kind of speaking about things, but we're obviously not focusing on a Final Fantasy XII cameo fest, so it's more just giving some world building to this group and establishing them within the realm of Eorzea, But Fran's here. Okay, RJ, let's give you some context because you missed the Ivalice stuff last stream. This guy, Genemi Senlexentail, that is his stage name while he has been, trying to keep that covered. His real name is Eraslam. And as we know, Eraslam is the descendant of a particular someone who wrote a particular Durai paper, The Truth of Ivalice, Orran Durai, the guy who got, hey, here's the truth, and got burned at the stake by the church. This, Genemi, is his descendant. And so, it's been a really, really long time, and he goes, man, I love this story so much, I'm going to name my kids after Ramza and Alma. So Ramza Bas Lexentail as well, and Alma Lexentail. And basically he's trying to clear the Durai name, clear the Beowulf name, find the truth through the Durai papers. And we've been investigating previous Ivalice locations. So we've been to the royal city of Lassalia, we've been to the clockwork city of Gorg in the previous two raids. But what's interesting about this is Final Fantasy XIV is doing it in a way that kind of blends Final Fantasy XII with it as well. Like, we've got Final Fantasy XII locations, and Fran's appeared as a Final Fantasy XII character. but it's kind of like jumbled up because in the context of tactics, that takes place really, really far away from Final Fantasy XII because Mughals are extinct and airships don't exist and stuff like that. Yeah. But with this one, the Ivalice locations were like buried underneath the Final Fantasy XII locations. Like the royal city of Lassalia is underneath Rabanasta, and the Ritteran Cataract, and underneath that is the Clockwork City of Gorg. So it's kind of this weird like mismatch of tactics and 12. So I just take it as a weird, like, Final Fantasy 14 type, like, reflection of Ivalice. But yes, while technically it should be the other way around, it is like they've done it in this way. So it's a little bit conflicting, but like it's not supposed to be like this is the real actual like tactics sequel. It's more of just Final Fantasy 14's little reflection of events, but it has been really cool. The fact that they've been able to work in some Final Fantasy Tactics and 12 stuff and characters, which is really cool. The enemies that we faced in the 2 previous raids were all like Lucavi and summons and stuff like that. Oh man, RJ, I would just recommend, like, maybe after this one, or if you got some free time, go watch that last stream. You'll enjoy the story. You'll also enjoy the moments in the raid. I won't tell you exactly some things that happen in there, but I think they'll take you by surprise. You'll enjoy it. So I would recommend. But that's like the context that I can give, at least. We've got the Durai descendants trying to discover the truth, and yeah, we've gone to a few different Final Fantasy XII and tactics-related locations so far, and now we're on our way to the Orbonne Monastery. Was the power I sensed beyond the rift, was that the High Seraph?
I told her this was a mistake, and now look at what has happened. If you were wise, you'd toss all the remaining shards into Hell's Lid and cut your losses. But you've no more wisdom than Begamnon, and that's why the High Seraph has already won.
Yeah, it was definitely worth me playing tactics first and putting off this raid until we got there. 1000%.
I've been such a fool. Now I've lost my daughter. Will you ever forgive me, Tia?
Have I your permission to depart, Omega? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she... Of course, Ramza. Then hold on. I've set engines to full speed. Off we go. But yeah, basically we're doing this thing with it, like, we know the history of King Delita and his rise, but there was someone else in this story. Ramza Beowulf. And that's kind of what we've been doing. Now we just anticipate seeing Ultima the High Seraph in glorious full 3D. In an outfit probably more risque than Fran's, I bet. Welcome to the land of my people. It would be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. And this is our next Final Fantasy XII location, the Golmore Jungle. Alma. Ew. Ramza, help me. Alma! Be gone! Ramza! I can't say I expected that to happen as soon as we got here.
Blood of the invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant, and grant unto me the vessel promised.
Oh? What just... We've flipped the script. We've flipped the script. Ramza has been taken instead? Bwagi to me, the girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kupo? Ha. We go here to rescue Alma and rush off to do it. He's in the tactics outfit. He's in the tactics outfit.
Have you the courage to face true evil?
Whoa, he's in the tactics outfit. What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kupo. We like rush to Alma's rescue and we get here. And then we get here. Alma gets rescued, and then as soon as Ramza gets taken, we go, all right, back to the ship. The plan should be the same. Now we just have to rescue Ramza. They gave him an outfit change, though. Does he have the, is he wearing a G-string still, though? That's the true question that I need to ask. Interesting. So instead of Ultima and the High Seraph possessing Alma and appearing through her like in the original, are we gonna experience it through Ramza instead? First Alma and now Ramza? What does this Ultima want? Poor Ramza whisked away under our very whiskers. What poor companions we make, Kupo. A poor companion would be one who sat around and whimpered while others worked to find a solution for their troubles, Kupo. We must act for Ramza. For Dalmascan. Did Ramza still have that little magic wand with him? I guess so, because we didn't pick it up. That device should have worked. Is Ramza gone because of an error in my calculations? If a magic rift was necessary to seize Ramza, then it is quite possible that Ultima is still incapable of traveling beyond the bounds of the Orbonne Monastery. However, if Auracite is all the High Seraph requires to do so, then we are in grave danger. Now Ramza is gone. Oh, dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? The city of lost angels. Jeremy is crestfallen at the thought he might never see his son again. See if there is aught you can do to put his mind at ease. We need to do something. But what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... Oh yeah, RJ, so yeah, Montblanc is also here, by the way. So that was a very special moment for me last stream when Montblanc arrived, because yes, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance was my introduction to that character, and Montblanc is in Final Fantasy XII as well. Obviously, he doesn't look like Montblanc in both of those games here. He looks like more of the Final Fantasy XIV Moogle, but that's okay. I'll forgive them. I'll forgive them this injustice for now. But yes, Montblanc is also here. I'm sorry, Genemy. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlayan. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Otius. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. it being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of Ivalician legends. Oh man, it's also because Orran didn't have like the full context for what happened at the monastery. Like, he's at the funeral and he's like, fuck man, is everyone alive? Is everyone okay? What's even going on? They were at the funeral, and then he just glimpses Ramza and Alma riding off into the sunset. I don't even think he knows how the fight against Ultima went, you know? Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin? Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Coupeau. Fucking finally! Oh my god, I've been waiting the whole raid for an echo. I'm like, surely! I've been waiting the whole raid for an echo. I'm like, I can't believe that we're not doing an echo. Yes! We're finally doing one. I'm like, we're talking about, like, Auracite, you know, magical, powerful crystals. We're talking about long-lost histories. I'm like, give me an echo moment, please. Give me an echo moment, please. Show me some tactics history in the form of an echo. Oh, my God. Fucking finally. I had resigned myself. I was like, oh, we're in this far and we haven't even got one. I've resigned myself to not getting one. Yes. Okay, this is sick. Because this allows us to get some memories, and we can contribute to the conversation now with our echo powers. Is this Delita? And we've got Orran right here. How cool is that? Ramza, dead. You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Orran. I did not say he was dead, my Lord Delita, merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Auracite. Whoa. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights, to me! We ride for Orbonne. My lord, wait! Ajora Globados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. Mother Heidelin. It was believed only one of the land's chosen, only a warrior of light, might stand against this threat. Yet while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Dude, having Ramza be like the Ivalice tactics warrior of light is so cool. Are you saying I should do nothing then? No, my lord. Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma with the correct hair color. It's the real Alma Baelv. Whoa. What are we doing? What are we doing? My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt. But I was led to believe none but Orran returned from Orbonne. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? Yeah, what the fuck is happening here? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Hydaelyn herself did countless centuries past. Imprison Ultima. Fuck, man. This is like some alternate timeline shit. They didn't defeat Ultima. They didn't defeat the High Seraph. Orran was there. And Ramza had been taken to the ether. They're doing like a different story. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Yeah, I agree that Orran is too pale as well. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the Holy Stones and repeat the mistakes of those come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea. No! Ramza should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He is gone, my lord. And they were lovers. Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Hydaelyn, and for those who would one day, too, heed the crystal's call. This is so insane. There he is. God, even his, I know he's wearing a different outfit, but even his fucking, there's something about this that just looks 10 times better. Look how good he looks here. Obviously, the Ramza that we've come to know in the, not in this time period, is not the same Ramza. It's just, you know, his father said, grow your hair out, let's take you to the hairdresser, they'll give you the Ramza haircut. But there's something about this, look at that. My boy's looking good. Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalice and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. So we both have Ramza and Alma in this one being like way more accurate. Wait, Ramza, don't leave me, please. I beg of you. You will make a fine and just king, Delita, so you do not stray from that path. He's wearing the G-string. G-string confirmed. I saw the front of that jockstrap. That's the most important part. Ramza! Oh my god. Alright, I've got a lot to talk about. This is really cool. So, oh, it's still going. I thought it was going to fade away. I really love the approach that they're taking here. The stones in these two necklaces, you are certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza? It is what Ramza wished, my lord. Orran, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? It is but a matter of time before the Cardinal and his Temple Knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. Is he going to fake his own death? He's going to, he got burned, but he's like, here's the real book, but I know that they won't accept it, so you have it, and I'm going to fuck off. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all of the realm? Then one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and the truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Orran. Once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life... Pregnant. Orran and Alma. That's how there's descendants. I just thought they were just going to hand wave it, that Orran just, got busy off screen for a little bit. They're directly related to both Durai and Beowulf, directly by blood. Oh! Pregnant? Damn. We finally got our Echo moment. I'm happy with that. All right. So let's talk. Let's be excited. Let's talk. All right. I don't need Final Fantasy XIV's Ivalice stuff to be a true sequel. I don't need it to accurately be a sequel to Tactics, because that's fucking impossible. This is a different game in a different world with its whole different lore and everything else going on already. There's so much shit going on. For them to try and work in Ivalice and just Tactics and Final Fantasy XII and all of that stuff, and try and work it in naturally to the history of Eorzea and Final Fantasy XIV, it's just not going to work. So what I really like about it is that it is taking a very obviously heavy and super close to the source material of Final Fantasy Tactics and some Final Fantasy XII stuff, but making it work within the context of this game's lore and universe, and doing their own little story that way. I think that perfectly captures what Final Fantasy XIV does, with how it pays respect and does its little homage to previous Final Fantasy games. You can have the fucking Guard Scorpion from Final Fantasy VII. That's okay. It didn't get pulled out of the Mako reactor. The Garlean Empire made that thing, and it just looks the same. But it's just so cool the way that, this game obviously takes a lot of inspiration and pulls things from previous Final Fantasy games, whether it's more you're going to do a raid series that has older bosses and similar sort of things like that, or adopts storylines and it's oh, what if we told a generations later storyline about this bloodline? So I think that's really cool. I wouldn't be playing this and be disappointed that it's not a true accurate Tactics follow-up. Give me an actual Tactics 2 game that's separate, with that being an intended story. But this is really cool, making it work within the context of including Hydaelyn, with the crystals. You got Mother Hydaelyn and Ramza being the warrior of light of that generation, of that era way back when, and they can work the story in a way that the royal city of Lassalia, the War of the Lions, that era was first, and then thousands of years later, Final Fantasy XII happens. In that sense, you've got Rabanastre and Dalmascan and those sort of locations, and that's built on top of the previous Ivalice, and now we have this story here, and that's really cool. So I think what they're going for is, when they got to the Orbonne Monastery, Orran was there, instead of Cid, maybe? I don't know. Or just Orran was there. He wasn't, like, leaving... He wasn't left behind. So he got to directly see what actually happened. Which is funny, because before that I was saying, well, he wasn't there, he wouldn't know. And then, in this game's version, he was. So he's written the book, and he's like, you have the book, everything's in here. But the interesting part is, instead of defeating Ultima like we did in Tactics, Ultima could only be imprisoned, and Ramza sacrificed himself for that. Then these crystals are like, hey, one day we can do whatever. So that's why Ramza has been bait and switched. He's been taken instead of this Alma. So I wonder how that's going to work when we get there. I'm very excited. This is going to be so cool. But yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this. And being able to see Delita and Ramza and Alma and Orran. Orran was probably the one who looked the most different in that echo than what I would have thought. Everyone else looked, translated into Final Fantasy XIV's art style. Everyone looked really, really good. Let me look at Orran for a sec. Just need to remind myself. Look at him. I don't know if he's too pale, honestly. Actually, I just needed to look at him again. No, he looks fine. His hair is a little different because he's got like the shaved sides, but in the cutscene, he doesn't really, and he's got some fresh new scars on his face. I think his in-game like icon, his skin looks more tan, but then in the actual like artwork, he looks more pale. It's kind of interesting. His in-game like face is darker than his actual artwork. So there's a bit of a difference. Does he have the shaved sides in 14? I mean, I think it looked less obvious. Like, it looks less... oh, no, it is shaved, but it's like... It's almost the same length as his... as the top of his head. Whereas in Tactics, it was, like, much bigger on the top. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a conflict in regards to the artwork and the in-game portrait of Orran. But it was cool to see Ramza because he's got a different face shape. His hair's a little more. He's got some like loose little wisps going on. So cool. Anyway, we'll continue. That was a really cool echo. I kind of hope we get another echo, but if that's the only echo we get, that's all right. We got one at the very least, and it confirms how Orran can have descendants. So that's pretty cool, huh? Orran said, Alma, I've always loved you. That's crazy. Omega. It was the echo, wasn't it? Oh yeah, I've been waiting. Oh well, yeah, it was the bloody echo, mate. I saw Delita and Orran and Alma, and Alma's progenitor. The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the dry papers, the pendants. It was all set in motion by Orran himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve her as warriors of light. Wah. But then why abduct Ramza, or even Alma? Unless there is something you haven't been telling us. She was using us to lure Omega. It is his vessel the High Seraph desires. That shot. Oh. Matron's teats. Marika's tits, Alma. How long have you been awake? Oh my god, that's funny. I've been a fool. I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy.
General!
It's all right, Bwagi. My intention was to claim one of these Auracite in the name of the Resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Gallian occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say. You've every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to Orbonne Monastery, and ask naught in return, but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza. You kidding? That's so cool. Please tell me that she's going to be... Or don't tell me, but... Rhetorically, please tell me that she's going to be in the actual dungeon as like a non-playable NPC that's just like in there. Please. And bring Balthier with you. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmore and Rabanasta, people who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power. Alright. It's Thal's balls in this one. Or, whatever she just said. What did she say? Someone's teats. The Orbonne Monastery now accessible. Let's go. We did it. What did she say? Matron's teats. Matron's teats. All right, it's party finding time, chat. We're doing it. It was never my intention to deceive you. All right, it was not until it was. But you must understand that I was only thinking of my people. I have not once held you as an enemy, only as an obstacle. And now that I know that to be false, I hope we can work together to save the land from the terrible evil that draws ever nearer.
I will not see the same fate that befell Began than befall young Ramza. We must do something, and quick.
It pains me as a father that I am powerless to save my own son. Omega, I have asked much of you these past moons, but naught is more important than what I ask of you now. Please, find Ramza. And RJ as well. To answer your question, because I forgot to say yes, the developers of 14, yes, are the developers of 16, and they did the Ivalice Chronicles as well. So it's really cool that they'd already kind of dabbled with the Ivalice stuff already. And if I'm not mistaken, the original tactics director was involved with this game as well. If your vision is true, then not even the Zodiac Braves, Warrior of Light themselves, could defeat the High Seraph. Are you certain we should not just allow Ramza's seal to endure? No, that would mean abandoning Ramza. Then what options are left us? He wrote the story for this collab. See, see? You can't even be upset. Can't even be upset. If you get, that level of care put into the storytelling, and it's not just, someone taking tactics and doing their own spin, but it's like directly the same people that get put on board to involve themselves and recontextualize Ivalice within the world of 14. Fuck yeah. This is all my fault. I was convinced it was Ramza and my father who were bedeviled by the Auracite, and it was in fact me all along. You are wrong, Alma. The Auracite held no power over you. It never did. Your concern for your family was justified, for they allowed their desires to cloud their own judgment. You needn't blame yourself for matters beyond your control. But what of Ramza? He's gone because he tried to save me. Please, Omega, you must bring back my brother. I don't know what I would do if I lost him too. Give me one sec. Let's go over to the storage node. We're over here. There's two of them now. Storage node beta. Genemy Is there more stuff here? Oh, there is. All right. We haven't done this yet with the storage node beta. This is cool. What is Yesmat? Yeah, tell me about the Final Fantasy XII super boss. What I'll do is I'll do Party Finder, and I'll get it set up just so, you know, obviously we can have that ready. Remove role restrictions. What is unselect classes? What's unselect classes? And unrestricted party. Should we just remove role restrictions, right? Orbonne Monastery, duty completion, unrestricted party, bing bang. Okay. And then we have unrestricted party, and we're going to do level sync as well, right? Unrestricted party and level sync. Let's form some alliances, chat. Alright, so what is Yasmat? As to its origins in mythology, your guess is as good as mine. However, it seems safe to assume that the creature you encounter, most certainly a Lucavi, was a construct of the Duma, born both of Bagamnan's self-loathing and his desire for revenge. Before the fall of Nalbana Fortress, Bagamnan was a Fusilier captain charged with protecting the Crown Prince and Princess. When the royal twins perished, the proud Banga blamed himself for their deaths. You said that when you confronted him on Ridorana, he believed you to be Imperial soldiers. I suspect this was a manifestation of Bagamnan's fears projected upon those nearby by the Duma in an attempt to send the Banga into a rage, making him more amenable to transformation, a ruse which ultimately succeeded. While much of this coincides with what befell Argath in the ruins of Lassalia, there is one important thing we have learned from our second bout with the Lucavi, that no obvious correlation appears to exist twixt the Auracite catalyst and the resulting beast. This would imply that it is the subject that determines which Lucavi manifests, and that the Duma merely facilitates the process. What we cannot be certain of, however, is if the subject must ultimately make the transformation of its own volition. We know Bagamnan desired the Duma's power to see revenge exacted, but did he foresee the relinquishing of both body and mind to achieve this end? Yes, we've filled up way faster today because we are playing technically still over the course of a weekend. And last stream was in the middle of the week, so you know, I assume it was harder to get people in at that time. So I'm glad that this is working out well. We might even hit the full 24. Who knows? This is awesome. We'll see how we go. 3 more. Who was your late wife, Tia? Tia was the love of my life, though ours was not love at first sight. We met through the theatre. She a young actress, me a struggling playwright. It was during our work together that we slowly succumbed to the tug of fate. As the summers passed, we grew closer, and our relationship soon extended beyond the professional. When I learned she was with child, I did not hesitate to ask her hand in marriage. The life growing within her would only serve to strengthen our bonds, to see us realize our dreams. And while the birth of both Ramza and Alma would do just that, the strength of our love served little to stay the inexorable march of time. Time, by that some cruel twist of fate, was not afforded my wife. The coughing fits came quickly and without warning, sapping her of vigor and leaving her a pale reflection of the woman she once was. With her last breath, she bade me see that our children never came to harm, a duty I fear I have neglected of late. There is nothing I would not do, nothing, if it meant spending even a single moment again with my beloved. We have seen with our own eyes the devil, the evil Auracite might beget, but do not the Durai papers also speak of good? In the hands of the just, even the fallen may rise. Nay, 'tis folly. Pay me no heed. In regards to, hopefully we won't skip mechanics, it should be fine. Last stream when we did the 2 raids, we did unrestricted, but we did level sync. So we're at the same level of the thing itself. So we even wiped twice in the first raid. And then the second one, we managed to go through each of them, but it's still like tough. We're not crushing it, which is good. So I feel like we're getting as close to the intended experience while playing with like less than 24. So I'm looking forward to it. What is special about Tia's necklace? Until the revelation dealt us by our Mughal guests, the necklace was but a necklace, a reminder to my family of one taken too soon. It was a wedding gift I found for Tia while on a sojourn to Rabanasta 17 summers past. Having long been eager to explore the city, I convinced her to make the journey with me, despite the obvious danger in visiting the embattled territory. And what a beautiful city it was. History will never forgive my people for the crime of its destruction. To my tale. It was in one of Rabanasta's labyrinthine markets that I purchased the necklace. An Imperial chapman was peddling what he claimed were local treasures, though I did not press him on how he came by the piece. It was not even particularly expensive. So you can imagine my astonishment when I learned from Bwagi that we had been in possession of a royal heirloom all this time. To think the necklace was once the property of Prince Rassler, last of the Benagan line. Yet this revelation has only left us with more questions. The most obvious being, for what purpose was a larger Auracite split into two pieces and set, or mayhap hidden, in regalia? I pray the Durai papers will provide us with an answer. How cool. So it's like, yeah, it's taking the story of Tactics, the story of 12, but not really the story of 12. The locations and characters of 12, and kind of like muddled things a bit. And again, what I said last stream about that I think is cool is, Final Fantasy XIV is a world of reflections. Like, there's so many different reflections, and then there's the source and stuff like that. So I can easily, like, in my head, view this Reflections history on Ivalice to be like a weird creation, a weird amalgamation of all of it. You know what I mean? Maybe the history of Ivalice was opposite and different in regards to, the first, or maybe before all of the reflections. Maybe it was different, which is pretty cool. I'm pretty sure I got this stuff from Mikoto. Wandering Dramaturge. Oh, actually, hang on 1 second. So the Wandering Dramaturge, right? This is written by Mr. Tactics, right? This is written by Tactics Man. Why I don't have his name in my brain. I apologize. This is creator of Tactics that wrote this stuff, right? The other Yoshida, yeah. So this is another thing as well, RJ, is within the context of this universe, the Wandering Dramaturge is the creator of Tactics, Yoshida, and the Wandering Minstrel is Yoshi P, the other Yoshida. Not the other Yoshida? Yasumi Matsuno? Okay. Luffy, you were wrong. Now you've embarrassed me. I have to ban you now. Okay. So the Wandering Dramaturge is Yasumi Matsuno. And then the Wandering Minstrel is Yoshi P. So then when you say, do you know the Wandering Minstrel? It's sort of like a weird fourth wall break of talking about each other. Did we not go through all of these, or did we only go through the Wandering Minstrel on this one? I think I read some of these, didn't we? We haven't read any on the beta node yet. Cid! Apocalypse member for 3 months. Thank you, buddy. There's a theory that Yasmat is named that way because of Yasumi Matsuno. Oh my god, it's kind of like his name mixed into two. I can see that. can see how you could, like, connect that. I can't remember if we went through all of this, so just kind of want to take a little look. Who are you and what is a dramaturge? Who am I? A simple question with a not-so-simple answer. I can begin by telling you who I am not, namely a member of the Majestic Theatre Company. I am a playwright like Principal Lexentale, but unlike him, I have chosen to remain independent. Jeremy is an old friend, but when I heard he would be making the journey east, I asked if I could join him. You see, I too share many of the ideals that have fallen out of favour in the Imperial Court. As for who is the better writer, well, it is not for me to say. I will, however, admit to being a considerably slower writer, as my publishers will all too readily attest. To make matters worse, I have also developed a passion for cookery of late, and spend a great deal of my time here assisting the galley staff in exchange for my passage on the Prima Vista. Perhaps a change of profession is in order. Are we to, like, read these in a bit of a tongue-in-cheek, fourth wall way? It kind of feels like it. What is the Zodiac Brave story? It's a tale as old as time. Whenever the kingdom was threatened, be it by tyranny, evil forces, or realm-wide disaster, 12 blessed heroes would emerge to bring light back to Ivalice. Those 12 were known as the Zodiac Braves. Each era had its own Zodiac Braves. Camp, the Starseer, Saint Ajora, the Assassin Ashley. I can list at least 5 others, but by far the most popular has always been King Delita. Lore drop, the Assassin Ashley. Following the death of its king, Ivalice's long-standing Atkasha dynasty finds itself without an heir. In an attempt to claim the throne, the Order of the Northern Sky, under the banner of the White Lion, and the Order of the Southern Sky, under the Black Lion, wage war, resulting in the death of thousands and a veritable stalemate. When all of Ivalice was at war with itself, he and 11 of his most trusted companions set out to bring order to the realm. Though not of noble birth, Delita would ultimately unite the land as regent, and the 12 became known as that era's Zodiac Braves. There has been much debate as to whether the legend is based on actual historical events or merely fiction, but most scholars agree that there is simply too little evidence to substantiate claims of Ivalice's existence. There are no ruins, there are no relics, and the stories we are left with, well, they are just that, stories. What's worse, there are so many of them, each with its own peculiarities, that only the most basic elements actually line up. Even some of the more recent renderings of the legend feature dramatic deviations, the most notable being that Delita was assassinated before even taking the throne, instead of becoming king after his marriage to Princess Ovilia at Kasha. Even some of the more recent renderings feature dramatic deviations. How interesting. But that has always been the trouble with bards and minstrels. You can't trust a single one of them not to change the story here and there for the sake of a rhyme. There you go. How cool is that? And so here we are, left in the dark without a light to ponder a mystery only the gods know. Not that I believe in gods, mind you. I think we've filled up Alliance B and C, and not Alliance A. Tusk. Crazy. I think we've probably got some randoms in the Alliance as well. That happened last time, because it is open to everyone as well. So all of the 12 Australians that are currently playing might also pop in. And I think Ines was one of those. Now, level 100 Red Mage Storm Captain, which is cool. Party of free pizza, that's why. Obviously, the randoms that have joined, they don't know. They don't know what's going on. They have no context for why we're just sitting here on our butts. Maybe we'll get a full 8 in Alliance A. Who knows? But if there's anyone who's watching right now that would love to jump in, fill those last 2 spots, if you're able to, feel free to join. We'll probably start soon anyway, because we've been able to do it with like 18 people, so we can definitely do it with 22. How is the Majestic's telling different from legend? Unsurprisingly, there are many plays which attempt a telling of the Zodiac Brave story, but none have been as well received as the Majestic's rendition. When Genemy told me he was considering his own retelling of the legend, I was not remotely surprised. When he subsequently revealed his intention to make it a musical, however, I nearly spat out my mead. Not content simply to write the play, he composed the music, penned the lyrics, and even saw the damned choreography. I had never seen anything like it. With the completion of the Zodiac Brave story, he proved his genius once and for all. The musical is divided into 5 acts, with the first 3 focusing on Delita's service to the Church of Glabados, his first encounter with Princess Ovilia Adkasha, and his subsequent oath to see her become queen. The final 2 acts move to the War of the Lions, culminating in Delita's betrothal to the princess and their tragic end. Hey, just like the game. The ensemble scene in which Delita, lost in his web of lies, reveals the truth of his plans to the gods on one side of the stage, while on the other, Princess Ovilia swears to the selfsame gods that she will put the past behind her. Genius, a masterpiece of modern theatre. One more. What happened to Dalmasca? The Dalmasca Desert is a vast wasteland situated in the southern reaches of central Othard, sharing an eastern border with Nagsha. So large is the desert that it is divided into 2 regions, the Ester Sands and the Wester Sands. 30 years ago, the kingdom of Dalmasca was invaded by the Gallian Empire. When the king and his council refused to pledge fealty to the empire, war erupted, resulting in the end of the royal Benagan line. For 1,000 years, Dalmasca had maintained its independence, only to see it crumble in a matter of moons before the might of Solus Zoscalvus' metal-clad legions. Even the royal city of Rabanasta, the fabled Desert Sapphire, was not spared. Emboldened by the uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, resistance groups within Dalmasca have attempted coups of their own, yet all have been silenced, the Empire always seeming to know exactly when and where the insurgencies would begin. When I was a boy, I accompanied my father on one of his caravans to Rabanasta, and consider myself fortunate to have seen the royal city before its fall. The sight of its minarets bathed in the gold of sunset is something I will never forget. This is funny. It was like, are you in the stream or are you just a random person? And it's funny because you've got just, I see Orbonne in Party Finder, I click. So that's fun, you know? Like you've got people that are obviously looking to have a cool time with, there's not many people searching for groups right now, you know? We can get 1 player left. We'll see how we go. Also, I was going to reply to something in the chat a while ago, which was in regards to you wanted like a mage tank or like a judge or something. How cool would that be? A judge tank? And then you get to give people yellow cards and red cards, guys, if they break one of the judge's rules. Just like Tactics Advance. Ah! You casted fire and fire is banned. Here's your red card. You've been removed and taken to jail. Alright, let me see the Wandering Dramaturge. The Gallian occupation of Dalmasca and the Dalmascan uprising, and then we're gonna just jump in. It has been almost 30 summers since the Empire's conquest of Dalmasca, the annexation coming some years before the invasions of both Alamigo and Doma. The campaign was led by Legatus Noah van Gabranth of the 4th Imperial Legion and waged over 6 bloody moons. Gabranth mentioned it was the fall of the supposedly impenetrable stronghold at Malbana, with the loss of some 70,000 Dalmascan swords, that ultimately turned the tide in the Empire's favor, when it was discovered that the list of casualties included both Prince Rassler and his twin sister Princess Ashelia. All fight left the embattled regent, and he soon thereafter conceded the crown. He passed not long after his surrender, and while the official explanation was that he succumbed to illness, rumors of suicide, and even assassination persist to this day. What is certain, however, is that with his death, the Benagan line, one that had endured for 1,000 summers, finally came to an end. I'll read the Dalmascan uprising after. We'll get into it now. We actually filled 24. was just going to say, let's do the ready check. Bang, we did it. Okay. We have full alliances, 2 healers, multiple tanks, DPSs everywhere. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm gonna figure out where it is as well. There it is. Beckoned by the Auracite, you arrive at the Orbonne Monastery, vestige of an ancient civilization lost beneath the twisted roots and vines of a forbidden jungle. The Dry Papers claim this holy sanctuary to be where the tale of young Ramza began. Tonight, it is where your tale ends. Let's go. The durability of one or more pieces of your gear is notably low. Oops. Sepultura, I'm gonna need you to help me fix them. My Azema's earrings. They're a little bit low on the durability front. I forgot to repair them last time. Fuck yeah. Alright, let's do it. We got 24 people. The ruins of the monastery lie ahead, but do not think the path will be easy. The ether here feels corrupted, Cooper. Harpies. My sister would not allow this. Unless... How many people are trying to mark me with a circle right now? Why do I feel like... People keep trying to mark me with a circle, and then does it remove it if they try again? Cool harpies, eh? Oh! Monastic ghost. Whoa! Dude, this looks like the Phantom from Kingdom Hearts. What the fuck? This dude straight up looks like the one of the Kingdom Hearts 1 super bosses. If you look up Kingdom Hearts 1 Phantom, you know what I'm talking about. That's so cool. Impressive. Perhaps you are deserving of your accolades, but do you have an answer for this mist? Or is it ether? This all feels familiar, like back in Ritterana. I have to see if there's any lore for us to read as well. Only the name of these ruins lives on with my people. We have no knowledge of their past, nor do we wish it. Trespass into the monastery is avoided except when necessary. I imagine this is what it would be like to be swallowed by a moorball, Cooper. So cool. Ahead, I see someone. No, something. There are traces of ethereal residue here, most likely from the Auracite, Cooper. Subra 38. I will be playing the Automata sooner than you think.
My name is Mustadio Gunhilda. No God Cid your name.
Oh! Oh my god! He turned himself into a fucking armored core. Holy shit! Mustadio! He's real! Dude, they... Mustadio is like a fucking ghost machine protector of the monastery now. Wow! And he has voice acting! Kind of, it's like robotic voice acting, but he's got voice acting. Dude! What the fuck? What the fuck? I need to get a closer look at that character model. People can post that in the Discord, unless there's going to be a cutscene after. Nothing I can't fix, he says. Okay. He's gonna repair. Oh my god, he's repairing the constructs. He's repairing the constructs. Mustard banana. I can't believe he's real. So like him to use technology to create himself a fucking like machinist Gundam thing. Like, he's got gun legs. He's got gun legs.
You shall promise. The promise will save you from what comes next.
Mustadio knows your weakness. He's gonna do disabling shot. Oh my god, there's a fucking cutscene in the fight? Mustadio seeks a gap in your defenses. Are you fucking kidding me? No way. How many times has the game done something like that when it shows a unique, like, little cutscene animation in the fight? Because I'm struggling to remember. I'm struggling to remember which fights have done something like that. So it doesn't happen often. With the sniper rifle? Oh my god, dude. Oh, got some little heli carriers. I really miss. All right.
What's this?
Right hand gone. He's doing arm shot. I like that he's literally got the moves. He's trying to cast disable.
Victory's not so close as you think.
Oh my god. That's gonna be a lot of different squares being attacked. Let's see, am I safe where I am? I don't think so. Oh, I almost am. So close. Oh god. So close. Oh, thank you. Thanks for pulling. I was not paying attention. This is our second raid that has done all 24, because we did obviously the Crystal Tower, because you have to do it. We got 24, I'm pretty sure, back then. And this is our first of the Ivalice that has had 24.
This be your final testament.
Oh, he's killed me! He's got me! God, he killed me as... I thought it was just going to be like a down for the count thing. That's my secret. I never play optimally. Right hand gone.
You have proven yourself deserving of the title Zodiac Brave. With this my journey can at long last come to an end.
Oh my god, that was incredible. Actually top tier. Dude, fucking Mustadio. The Holy Knight's circlet. I'll grab that. The Sky Pirate's hat. I have to greet it. I was like, oh, if you want to watch yourself on stream and see where you are, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to fucking self-advertise. I was like, if you want to watch yourself on stream. For the last time I was here, the only thing holding watch over these stones was a deafening silence. Could it be that Guardian rose from its slumber upon sensing your master's Auracite? The ether here is different. Is this joy I feel, Kupo? When the Empire marched upon Rabanasta, many who lived in the desert fled east to the sanctuary of the jungle. Some who were not turned away by my sisters are said to have taken refuge here. This wine looks good enough to drink. Do you think we should? No? Alright, Kupo. Is there any, like, lore notes to read in this dungeon at all? Or is it just, I'm literally trying to read the dialogue in the text box because it just goes so fucking quickly. I love that Fran is in this dungeon as well. Oh my god. There appears to be a knight. Oh my god. My queen. Agrias. At first it was Mustadio, then Agrias.
The Beowulf youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
Oh, this is... Oh. Oh, cool. Look at the outfit. Oh my god. My queen. Realm of the Templars we sealed off in 15 seconds. They gave the Final Fantasy Tactics characters and Ramza's friends voices for their fights. Now that's really special. We're gonna have a special ability at some point. Are we getting in here?
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final. Its bite as cold as steel.
Oh, hang on, there was an ability there. The ability was, it's right there on the screen, but there's so much shit. Alright, hang on. I think I gotta actually press that ability when I'm in there. Cleansing flame. Ah!
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed!
Wow. Raise your swords against the coming night. Okay, so the heavenly sword has begun to glow. Weed the ethereal sword to strike forward.
7 shadows cast.
Oh
7
my
fates
god.
foretold that at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone!
little confused, but I've got the right spirit. Oh, okay, no!
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder!
Our teammates use the sword to release. Gotcha. To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final. Its bite is cold as steel. Wield an ethereal shield to defend against frontal attacks. Ah, there you go. So you dodge the judgment blade when it comes through by pressing it at the right time. Judgment blade! I want... Come on. Do the voice.
Yet they must be embraced if
Do
they
the
are to
attack
flourish.
dialogue.
Have you the faith to do as much?
Holy blade. Oh, shit. And there's shield knights, sword knights. I guess you have to take them to the heavenly sword thing. Like you bring them there and then you hit them with it. You have to like lure them. And then you have to quickly run to this and go, ah, help, and press that. That's what's going on. You can only damage them with the sword. No?
Oh, divine light, send us
Heavenly judgment.
gaze deep into the light.
Oh. I wanted to say the line from the game.
Let their words echo.
I mean, this is the similar.
Ruination is come.
Just kind of saying her own spin on those moves, I think. Cleansing flame. Do hallowed bolt. You won't.
On guard.
Oh god, it's my turn to be cleansed. Oh, I've been pushed into a thing. Confessional. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, cool. Okay. We have to take them to this and then... yeah. Oh my god, stop them from getting to the thing, maybe? Oh my god. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. That's okay, I promise that I'm useful. I'll get one of them. Okay. I did fuck all there. Here, let me get one. I'll get one. Wow. Well fought, champion. I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh my god, that's just so cool. So, let me tell you this. As far as I'm concerned, Delita and Ramza, forbidden lovers. As far as I'm concerned, Agrias or Viera, forbidden lovers. With the way Delita responds to Ramza in that cutscene earlier, and with how Agrias talks about Ovelia, do not contest. I love that Fran and Montblanc are in here with us. So cool. It's a Lala destroying sigil. Alright, any Lalas, you're about to get erased. The mechanics in The mechanics in Mustadio and Agrias' fight was so cool. Oh my god, I'm talking in the party chat, not the alliance chat. Oh fuck. Hang on, let me fuck. I've been talking to those people this whole time, and they haven't even seen it. Can I copy text that I've already said, or no? I press Control C. Yes. Something feels different than the monastery above, otherworldly. I don't talk in alliance chat much. I guess I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess this place is fairly old, Cooper. Whole alliance probably on stream? No, we've had a few, quite a few randoms join in that are just on the server because I did an open party finder, and that happened last stream as well. So there's a couple. Someone said, I'm replaying 12 for the first time since release. That's so cool. Might you recall earlier when I said the ether felt really corrupted? Well, it's really corrupted now. Alright, let's see how we go. What do we got here? Night Stalker. And then the big Night Stalker in the middle. Dark Crusader. I'm gonna run to this. Oh, you need... Oh, you have to have 4 on each. Cool. I think it's funny that this is like... Obviously, there's the Zodiac Braves, which is like there's 12. But, you know, when the alliance rate is 24, so we've got double the Zodiac Braves for our story. Oh, you only need to just... Okay. I thought, like, people had to stand in the... You can actually just run between multiple. Yes. The lifeless alley is no longer sealed. Oh, the Necro Hole, specifically. Nice. It looks very different. Very different. Once, when I was very young, I heard the elders speak of a dark city. where the horrors that haunt our nightmares dwell. The Necrohole, they called it. The Necrohole of Melond. Melond? Now, where have I heard that name before, Kupo? This guardian. He's not like the first two. We must tread with care, lest our journey meet with a premature end. Wait. What is Cid doing down there, Kupo? Oh my god. Cidolphus! Cidolphus Orlando.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Ivalice. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Cidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here.
He's the Thunder God, for real! You gotta be fucking shitting me. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, this guy's different than the others. Oh my god. There's so many circles. So it seems to me that like what's happened in the context of Ivalice, or like the Necrohole and the battle against... Oh my god, he's got a fucking tail. He's got a tail monster with a sword. What the fuck? Hey, yeah! I'm hitting him. It seems to me that what happened is like
black with corruption.
they fought
Must needs
and Ramza sacrificed himself, and then it seems like Mustadio, Agrias, Cidolphus, like they were there as well, and like seemingly trapped here, or they stayed here to protect.
to the skies.
I don't know. I'm trying to find the context as to why they would also be here. Maybe because Ramza sacrificed himself, they all decided to stay.
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final. Its bite as cold as steel.
Oh, hey, there's a lot of people dead right now.
Open your eyes to the dark.
He's doing Shadow Blade, chat. He's doing Shadow Blade.
The gods will not be watching.
Shadow Blade.
Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once
I'm
held.
dying.
Such is poor cover for when the heavens
Dying. Hey, maybe you should get out of the big, like, red orb. What do you reckon?
show me more.
He's doing Holy Sword. Wow. I reckon, like...
Seven
This
shadows,
is a...
seven fates foretold.
Yes!
At the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone.
It's not voiced by... Is it not voiced by Urian J? So, I don't know, guys. It's not legit.
Live by the sword is to die by the sword.
Do I want to be on
There
this?
is time enough for regret.
Oh, we need
in the
multiple people
flames
on
of
them?
hell.
Ooh.
Honed is the
You only have
blade
so many
that
people
severs
per circle?
Endless is the path that leads him from hell.
I feel like this is kind of like their weird way of explaining why, like, none of the characters are in the ending of Tactics, you know? Like, what happened to them? Agrias, Mustadio, Cid, where are they? They're nowhere to be seen, and you only see Ramza and Alma ride off. It's because they, in this universe, they stayed here. This is, like, fucked, though. Hallowed Bolt! He's doing it! Hallowed Bolt! Hey, this is to... Alright, we got this, we got this. Don't panic. Don't panic. We got this. We've just got less people on this night. That's alright. We'll get there. I'll run over here in a second. Divine Ruination. Yes.
I have been called the God of Thunder. You will now know why. Upon my holy blade,
Oh my God, Zodiac.
the world lies in balance.
Yes. Okay.
And now the scales will tip.
Whoa! Boof. Oh, dude. He makes a whole new surface to do his cool fancy attack on. That was merely the beginning, Warrior of Light. Merely the beginning. Wow.
Come, show me more.
Holy sword. The fact that this fucker has, like, a tail sword weapon as well.
Escape is not so easily granted.
This is such an interesting arena.
Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
Stop! Stop crushing Helm.
A piteous display.
First time I did this, I was a level appropriate healer with level 90 unsinks, and I could not heal away their dooms.
They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words.
Okay, so he's putting his sword on circles, and then he's going to smack him
is come.
with his sword. Bonk. He's going to smack that one with his tail as well. Yeah. Okay. Hey, look, I understood what he was doing. I watched his swords and where they went. Holy fuck.
Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain.
You got this, chat. You got this. You have a level 3 limit break. Should we save it for a healer in case we need it?
You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
Ow. Oh no. I want to be in there.
Hark! The screams of ruin rise above the storm's discord. Shudder not in her endless cold.
Usage of my living dead right there.
Come,
Pretty sure I survived because of that.
Escape is not so easily granted. Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. A piteous display.
Swain strike. Nice.
Impetuous fools.
Get away from that circle. Oh, get away from this circle. Hey, there's a lot of dead people there. Should we do level 3 healer? What do you reckon? I'd say we got 8%. Level 3 healer, why not? Cast, you want to do it? Can you heal everyone? Get him back. Nice work. That's a good level 3 to save. Really good. I'm dead. I died. It happened. Took long enough, Cid.
And the skies cleared. It is time I bade you farewell.
Let's fucking go. Cid! So cool. Ivalice Holy Knight's armor? Yes, please. The ether grows thick. She whom we seek must lie beyond this threshold. Okay. Let's go. Alright. Proud of you guys. That was so sick. Whoa. The lightning outfit. I didn't even notice. The lightning fit. Alright, now we're actually going into the depths. Will it look a little bit more like the Necro Hole that I remember? Maybe.
Is it sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power? That which lies at your feet, that blessed bauble can grant you both. You need but will it so. Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered.
Wow. Okay. So she's not as free as she was in the original. She's trapped in that crystal. Wow. Okay. There is Ultima, the High Seraph. Again, just another really, really cool way that, while the tactics designs weren't done by Amano, translating it into Final Fantasy XIV gives it that Amano feeling still. Just like how good it is. Like Heidelin, like Vinar especially. The most gorgeous thing I've ever seen in my life. So cool. Alright. Shall we see how we go? Alright, I'm running. I'm running in. Charge!
You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens.
Oh my, what are all of these? What the fuck? Crystal in jail is sealed off. Wait, look at all those buffs.
Kneel before me.
Aura light. Okay, ice. A lot of ice.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
music, though. Ah! What the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna get shot with beams at some point.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink
Demi Aquarius.
I summon you.
Summoning the... Okay. Okay. Demi Famfret.
O darkest of vessels, you are my sword.
Kneel before me.
Wow. Okay. It's... Oh, so... Ultima will do a mixture of all of the moves that the other Lucavi and summons and whatever all have.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest
So we'll start
night,
seeing
I
fucking random... Yeah, it's just random shit from all of these guys as well. Demi Belias. He's gonna start doing those moves that they do. Yep. Get your own moves, Ultima.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Demi Hashmal. If RJ's still here, RJ's seeing all of the ones that we've fought before this. And they fell on top of Ultima. Oh my god, I thought it was falling the other way. I'm so stupid. I literally was watching it fall. I thought it was falling inward. That's so dumb. I was like, it's falling on Ultima. Oh god, it's all of them at once. What the fuck? Help! Oh my god. Honed is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads him from hell. The Thunder God. Oh, Agrias! It is time to end this. And Mustadio.
Bear your steel.
Oh, dude, they look so good. Look at how good they look. She weaves her foul magics. Only we can shield you from doom. To me, heroes, to me!
Simmered as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone.
They look so good. We got Mustadio instead of both here, of course.
You will not intervene.
I wish I could pull this camera out so far back. The fuck? Ruination. Is it over? We defeated them to earn the rite of passage, and then they're helping us to defeat Ultima. Dude, she's looking like Anima right now. Look at the bottom. Such fury. Ultima legit doing Anima cosplay. Now is not the time to stay our blades. The true Ramza is here. Children of Hydaelyn. Oh my god. You are only meek and swift. You are our only hope.
You are the might of my will.
Oh, dude. She's like some cool, like, weird anima with the bottom half.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. Kneel before me.
Oh! It's her original form. It's her original form. They put original Ultima in here too. Let's fucking go.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath. Kneel before me.
Oh god, it's the fucking ice cannon time. No way. I can't believe how good Agrias, Mustadio, and Cid looked. I mean, Cid's just wearing a brown robe. It's not the greatest design ever to render in 3D, but like seeing the three of them all together, and all of the original pieces of armor, they're so well translated.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Blue laser thing.
To my will.
Oh, I just did this. Oh, out of action. The aggro is stagnant, preventing all actions. Can't even sprint. What is that? Okay. Oh.
Kneel before me.
Jesus. Whoa. Cool.
I see it now, in you.
Why did you stop talking? His blood, my vanquisher in times long past, but not so soon shall I accept defeat.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night.
Let's fucking go. First try.
I am your mother. I am your maker. I am Ivalice. Consign me unto darkness, and your light will be forever lost.
Oh my. Unique duty complete victory theme. Oh my god. Ultima, the High Seraph card. Oh, there's multiple of them. Oh, wind up Ramza. Hold on, let me get in here. There we go. So cool. Oh my god. Alright, wind up Ramza. Fuck yeah. Evalician Braves, gauntlets. They look like Ramza's stuff. Samurai, Evalician mercenaries, trousers. Already possessed that. I'm getting all of the Ivalice stuff because I want them to be in my, when we get all of the things, all of the cosmetics that we can, that are class specific. We can just put them on whatever we want. I'm gonna make my cool Ivalice looking guy. So cool. Alright, let's go. That was so cool. Oh, they this whole like raid series, if they've paid such good like respect while making it like its own thing at the same time. Such a cool like mixture. Being able to go through this and then finally get like friends along the way with Mustadio, Agrias, and Cid to make them these really incredible fights, and then they help you at the end with Ramza as well showing up. Peak. Even just like small stuff when it's like they give us a new Ultima design within the context of this, but then still find a way to include the original Ultima design in the attacks. That's very nice. He's awake, Kupo. But is it truly him? Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid. Real Ramza. Realza is here. And you have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You have achieved what I could not. And you, bearer of my blood and the blood of House Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. G-string. G-string spotted. He's got it in its 3D HD glory. This equipment translates so fucking well to Final Fantasy XIV. It's actually insane. It looks so good. My sacrifice has finally been given meaning. Oh my god. Wow. Boko is here. And like, just like the members of his clan and stuff. Just people. Construct. Construct 8 is in there as well. Dude, what the fuck? So, where's Cloud? Hey, come on, where is he? Where's Cloud? You took him along with you. Put him in here. Put him in here right now. Where is he? He's hiding. He's actually conveniently behind the construct. He's in this group somewhere. What the fuck? That's cool that it shows just like renditions of like clan members in all of their jobs. Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelin's bosom, that we may finally rest. And this is don't forget their names. Don't forget them. Why am I forgetting the names? Marek and why am I forgetting him? I know I didn't use him in my team, but that's no excuse. Ruffer. There we go. I just had to dig around in the old brain for a bit. That's Marek and Ruffer, right? Surely. That's so cool, that shot. Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelin's bosom, that we may finally rest. Oh, no, stick around for a bit more. Where's Cloud? Where's Cloud? I didn't see Meliadul. I saw like the green cloak But I don't think that was Meliador. I don't think we saw Meliador in that group. I saw someone that was wearing like the same clothes, same outfit, but they had short hair. Was Meliador in there? Maybe I just didn't see Meliador. Oops. Farewell. You are the true heroes of this story. The cooler Ramza is departing. Yo! Delita. How I have missed you, old friend. Anything's possible at some weird magical nexus point when you defeat Ultima. Even old friends can start having an old conversation of spirits reunited before they pass on. Forgive me, Ramza. You deserved better than what history gave you. I could have done more. I'm truly sorry. These countless centuries did I long for the day that we might meet once again, and now that time has finally come. Hydaelyn beckons us both. Oh, how's that? How is that for a nice little reunion? Feels more appropriate after Endwalker with the souls lingering in the Aetherial Sea. Yeah, you know, it's the Aetherial Sea. Just had a nice little look at the live stream. Oh. Yeah, Cast, that's what I thought, because it's the same outfit, but there was like short hair. I'm like, so it confused me for a second. Because I'm like, where's Meliador? So yeah, it seemed like it was more like Isolde, which is a bit strange, right? Thanks for those that joined, by the way, and are either still watching or left. I really appreciate you guys joining to fill up a full 24 Alliance for that finale. That was so sick. So thank you so much for joining for that. That was great. Absolute peak. I didn't manage to get a screenshot of all of them together. I only got a screenshot of Ramza and Delita and Ramza having a little handshake. But I don't think I saw Meliador. Rafa and Marek were there, which was cool. And then other clan members. They should have had someone in the background that just looked like Cloud, like not in the full outfit. Just put him in there with the spiky hair. That's possible. I think Cloud's hairstyle is in the game. I'm not sure if it was added after this though, or whether it was there like ages before. He should have been like in the super far just in the back, just chilling. That would have been so good, just as a little wink. But I love that they did include. Not just the core group, but you also had other members show up. It was very fun. I owe you an apology, Omega. I was wrong to doubt you. Whether it be in a council room or on the field of battle, you have proven yourself more than worthy of the many praises the bards sing. I am glad to have counted you for an ally. I would not wish you upon even my worst enemy.
Despite what Lady Fran says, I had no doubt that you would come through in the end. It has been an honor, Omega. Only wish Pagamlan was here to celebrate this day.
Omega, it is almost sad to see our quest come to an end, though we have given the land's scholars much to consider. Charlayan will have to open a school of Ivalician studies. Are we to keep up? But they were there, Hurdy, clear as day. The hero Ramza and good King Delita. Why would I lie about something like that, Cooper?
My question is, why wouldn't you? Still, after what we've been through in the past few days, I might be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. This time, Kupo. You're alive. Oh, but of course you are. You'd think that after so many triumphs, one might grow tired of saving the world. Consider us all fortunate that you have not. How's my inventory going? Like, so close to being full. I got the Ultima card. Let's go. That's getting used. I got my wind-up Ramza, who stands ready to fight for truth, justice, and the Ivalician way. And in the original, like, casual fit, too. So cool. God, I really need to... These are just for aesthetics, I think. I need to... Yeah, after the stream. After the stream, I'll fix that out. I don't need to do inventory management right now. And here we are, Omega. I cannot thank you enough for all you have done for my family. And that is before you saved me from the High Seraph. So, Ramza's character development, unfortunately, it seems like it comes from touching the Auracite, and there's like a moment where original Ramza comes in for a second, and then it leaves him. I would assume that that sort of moment began an internal change within Ramza, where he kind of improved and started to realize what he was, how he was being, and stuff like that. And then he started to be nicer as a result. So it's a bit of not a change based on what's going on around him. He had to touch the crystal to get a magic attitude adjustment. He just has a change of heart. He said, "You're being shit. You rescued my brother, and for that I shall ever be indebted to you. You will be in my heart always, Omega." A full shot of the Tactics gang in the Discord. Let me take a look. Yeah, it's absolutely Isilud instead of Meliador. How strange is that? That's got to be a mistake, right? That's a mistake, right? Like, yeah, remember when Isilud joined your party? And Luffy's back there as well. That guy, he went to school with everyone. He's in there in the back. He's the arithmetician. There's a guy in armor wearing a bandana. I think there's I don't know if that's what role. Is that like a thief? But they're wearing armor. I don't know what class that is. I'm just going to say that the guy wearing a bandana and a suit of armor, that's Cloud. He's wearing the bandana to disguise his spiky hair. Naturally. They put Zalbag there, which is nice. Oh, no shit, they did. Yeah. Fuck, that's Zalbag in the back. Behind the knights. Yeah. My brain just immediately said, everyone in the back is, just your clan. So I just assumed it was normal knight armor. But no, you're so right. Cool. Justice for Zalbag. Fuck Dice Dog. We all hate Dice Dog. That's really nice inclusion that Zalbag's in there. They even put Boko and Construct 8 in there. How nice. I am so sorry, Ramza. Alma, I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life. All the while, you two were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father? It's all right. We are still here, are we not? And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Ivalice existed. Ramza existed. And Orran Durai was not a heretic, but a hero. Now all that remains is to tell the world. Yes, with what evidence? Eyewitness account? We said, yeah, we saw it. We went there. We promise. Did anyone take any pictures? No, my son. We needn't burden ourselves further. But
But Father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain. And we will not. Yet simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling of how Ramza, the forgotten hero, and his chronicler, Orran smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. And of course, I shall not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza, without whom the young noble would have surely perished. Is that what you truly want, Father? For the story to end? It will only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Delita and Orran envisioned the Virgo as a beacon which would lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom. They were right, and just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer you my thanks again, Omega, but thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us. Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and his adventures across the 3 great continents. Then you have your work cut out for you, my friend. Omega has enough battles under his belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4. At the time, 3rd was the Stormblood expansion. 4th, Shadowbringers, which had yet to come out. We've got enough to fill 3 expansions. Well, a base game and 2 expansions. Maybe a 4th on the horizon. Also, Cid just appeared. Would you stop doing that, Cid? And his tale is far from over, isn't it? Oh, you're so right that those 3 on the left is Alicia, Lavian, and Lad, because those are the 3 named clan members. Yes. Of course. Which I renamed after members of the community. Which is canon. Oh, this is so weird. He's casting people as the heroes, of course. All right, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone. Make your hair a little more scruffy, will you? Yes, Principal. Lights, music. There'll be no more mistakes from you two. Am I clear? Mother crystal clear, Cooper. They're going to perform the new final act. Begin! Whatever will we do? The church has branded us heretics. No home awaits us in Ivalice. We shall embark on a journey. A journey together. Together? Together, the crystal's call has been answered and evil vanquished from the land. We are now free to soar like the griffin. Free? But how? By casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family. And unto them we shall entrust the true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. In sword etched he his fading memories. In stone he tempered his skill. By sword attested, by stone revealed. Their tale can now be told. Eraslam wrote the, real ending to the Tactics story where they go and do that, and then they said the thing. How cool is that? Bravo, bravo, you both were wonderful. So, yeah, Jeremy said, I'm going to write a final act, and it'll clear everything up. It'll be just as how we remembered it. I'm inclined to agree with the Lady Murilar's sentiments, but there is always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again, from the top. There's always room for improvement. Again? I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role, Kupo. It is in my contract. Muggles are extinct, sorry. Oh, hush, brother, before Jeremy has us back to polishing boot buckles again. So good. Meanwhile, in the Clockwork City of Gorg... What? Okay. The Empire doing stuff in the Clockwork City of Gorg. Hello? Hello? Noah Van Gabranth? In the Judge fit? Wow. They didn't just use the model once for Agamemnon's hallucination. Well... Sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. Excellent. Let the Eorzeans play with their baubles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. Doesn't it get a little cold? Put a shirt on. A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this. Tartarus, wouldn't you all agree? Wow. Should have chatted with the theater NPCs, the ones just chilling in the back. There's a man on the inside. I really like the inclusion of Gabranth there. The Final Fantasy XII Judge armor is so cool. I love that they're like acting out the actual finale and say the thing. Thanks are not nearly enough for all you have provided us, but sadly they are all I have to offer. You watched our rehearsal, so you have witnessed firsthand the fruits of my father's labor. It is now on us, the players, to seed their seeds cast across the realm. From fleeing the Empire to searching for a new audience, from finding the truth of our ancestors to bringing back my mother, to saving my brother. Many paths were walked on this journey, but ultimately they all led here. Was it merely the Auracite that guided us to the Orbonne Monastery, or was it, dare I say, fate? Our exile, our arrival in Hingashi, my father's disappearance, without even a single one of these things, our paths may not have crossed. If that is not fate, then... Now that Ramza's desire has been fulfilled, the Auracite set in this necklace appears to have lost its blessing. Perhaps it is for the best, but I am simply glad that a piece of my mother remains. I shall not say farewell, for I would not have this meeting be our last. Allow me to instead offer a prayer. Mother, abandon not your wayward children of Ivalice, but deliver us from our sins, that we might know salvation. I hope the new act was to your liking. It may still change, seeing as we have yet to finish our rehearsals, but I believe Father has another masterpiece on his hands. I have always admired my father, but never more than I do now. I finally have come to understand why it was so important for him to tell the tales that he did, even if those actions did see him driven from his home. Still, I worry that we may never find our place here in this foreign land, that our voices may never be heard. Everything we knew is gone, everything we worked for behind us. Will the people of Othard and Oldenard accept us for what we offer, in spite of who we were? Will they flock to our stage to hear our stories? Will they laugh at our jests and weep for our losses? I know it is childish to fret over such matters, but perhaps I am still a child, desperate for the acceptance of strangers, despite the fact I am already accepted by my friends and family. Something happened that day I laid hands on my mother's necklace. My father would have me believe it was the hero Ramza's Auracite, the Virgo, that dispelled the fear and hate in my heart and replaced it with love. I would like to believe it was not only the Holy Stone, but me, growing up, journeying to a new land, meeting new people, learning of new cultures and customs. These things ignited a flame inside me, a flame of change. You, Montblanc, Hurdy, Mikoto, Master Cid, Bwagi, Fran, even Lena, you've all helped fan that flame, that they may rise into a conflagration to burn away the old Ramza, leaving what stands here before you now. My father spoke of one day authoring a play that would chronicle your adventures. I believe I will tell him to abandon that endeavor, for I wish to author it myself. That is, if you will allow it. You are welcome here at any time, Omega, and I hope you will take time to visit, tell us more of your deeds. I shall be waiting. He really said, I promise, it's not when I touched the crystal. It's just convenient timing that I touched the crystal and then decided to have a change of heart. It was everything else as well. I changed me. It was all me, and not original Ramza. Would I have changed if I hadn't touched that crystal? No comment. Ragnar, thank you so much for joining. Good night, sweet dreams. We will see you next time. And for those of you, for the rest of you that have dropped in and out, thanks so much for being here. Very grateful. Now, Fran, take me to Balthea. I wish to see you. You wouldn't be here on your own now, would you? I guess so. Yesterday, Ivalice was a legend. Today, it is history. And this is all thanks to your selfless efforts. No longer need I hide my heritage, for you have shown it to be noble. I only pray this final act I have penned proves worthy of them and their deeds. Granted, it still requires much polishing. And yes, I am fully aware that my conclusion to Ramza's tale differs from that which you saw in your vision and learned in the halls of Melond. But that was rather the point. I wanted people to see Ramza in control of his own fate, ending his story on his own terms. Entrusting faith into future generations is noble, but it diminishes the accomplishments of Ramza and his companions, which is why I granted them the victory they deserved. History remembers those who prevailed, and thus will his name endure. Now, was there aught else you wish to ask of me? When are you going to change your name back to Eraslam, then? Okay. He's now got, all of his dialogue stuff, I think, which went to the little node over there. And then these two are new. What was the Necrohole of Melond? Several centuries before Delita Hyrule united the lands of Ivalice under a single crown, the realm was ruled by an entity known as the Holy Jordan Empire.
As the empire grew older, so did its ruling class grow ever more corrupt, seizing the wealth of the land for their own until the weight of their greed became too much for the common man to bear. In answer to the small folks' pleas, did 12 brave men and women rise to stand against the upper class under the leadership of a hero named Jorah. The Fellowship declared the Empire enemy of the people, and for their efforts soon came to be known as the Zodiac Braves. While it is not clear if each wielded an Auracite of their own, Jorah himself was possessed of talents far beyond those of mortal men. His prognostications earned him the love of the masses, and it was not long before he declared himself a son of the gods. The ego on this man. By the time the Zodiac Brave struggled, the Empire had entered its 20th summer. The legions of Jorah's followers numbered in the tens of thousands. And then, in a single night, it was done. The Imperial capital of Melond was not only destroyed, but sunk neath the waves of the very sea upon which the city sat. The Empire was no more. Yet the celebration was short-lived, for Jorah had perished in this final assault. Following a period of realm-wide mourning, Jorah was elevated to a saint, that his efforts might never be forgotten. Thus did the dawn break on a new era. There were still many questions left unanswered. What terrible magics did Jorah unleash to see an entire city vanished from existence? And how did he lose his life? Later, several of the original Zodiac Braves would come forth to express dismay at their leader's decision to invoke forbidden rites of summoning, and that it ultimately was not Jorah who saw his people to victory, but a devil to which the hero had sold his soul. Might it be this devil Jorah summoned was Ultima? Might it be that upon the realization of their leader's misreckoning, that the remaining Braves joined to exile the city to a plane where the High Seraph might not exert her influence upon Hydaelyn any longer? This is all simply conjecture. With the Angel of Blood now defeated, we may never know the truth. But you have to admit my theory has some weight, considering all we have learned, no? Some really cool dialogue that we get about this stuff. Who are the Guardians of Melond? This is purely speculation, but I have reason to believe they were all companions of Ramza Beowulf who accompanied the Warrior of Light on his mission to put an end to the Church's machinations. Judging from your descriptions of the individuals, I would say you encountered Mustadio Bonanza, Agrias Oaks, and Sidolphus Orlando, known by some as the Thunder God. Mustadio hailed from the clockwork city of Gorg, where he lived with his father. The young machinist joined Ramza in his efforts against the Church of Glabados after being rescued by the hero. While known for his jovial nature, the self-assured Bonanza was never afraid to let Ramza know when he disapproved of his decisions, and would oft question the hero when he believed there to be a better path. Although Mustadio was a peerless marksman, his true talent was repairing damaged machinery, as one might expect given his formal training. If my ancestors' writings are correct, the iron construct you encountered in Gorg may have even been restored by Mustadio himself. Agrias Oaks, on the other hand, was cut from an entirely different cloth than the young machinist, and an elite holy knight in service of the throne. She was tasked not only with the safeguard of Princess Ovelia, but also the royal heir's education during her time at Orbonne. Upon learning that the Black Lion, Duke Druxmold Goltana, kidnapped her charge, Agrias set off to save the princess, only to learn that Delita had orchestrated the plot. After making her peace with the future king, Agrias pledged her sword to Ramza and his fellowship. The Holy Knight has long been a prominent character in Ivalician legend, though her role has become highly romanticized in the countless retellings of Delita's tale. The Dry Papers, conversely, speak of Agrias as a noble and trustworthy warrior to whom duty came first. Finally, there is Count Sidolphus Orlando, High General in one of the realm's two most powerful armies. His unmatched skill on the field of battle earned him both the titles of Sword Saint and Thunder God. As you may recall, my ancestor Orran Durai was the Count's adoptive son, and the two worked together to discover the true architects of the War of the Lions, until they were discovered by the Church, stripped of their titles, and sentenced to public execution for crimes of heresy. In the legends, this is where Orlando meets his end. However, my studies would suggest that Sidolphus somehow escaped the headsman's blade and joined Ramza. The proof, I believe, may lie in the Dry Papers, where Orran writes, "And even in his twilight, could no warrior best this god of war." Not the description one might expect from a man who died while in his prime, I say. Such cool descriptions. Hey, and what about Rafa and Marak? You remember those? Oh no, there's no mention of those in the book. And There's a name here, Meliadul, crossed out with a line through it, though, and Isilud instead. I guess that's why Isilud appeared as a, instead of Meliadul at the end there. How about that? Are you guys losing a member of one of your group? You probably should have spoken to the company NPCs a little more while they're doing stuff, but I didn't realize. Oh, what the fuck? Has the Wandering Dramaturge been here the whole time? And I just didn't notice? Have I just not seen Wandering Dramaturge the whole time? Has he just been sat on the desk? I think I just totally, this whole part of the room, this back half of the room, just nothing. I just decided to just not look at the whole back of the room. I just went nothing, except for the glowing, shiny nodes. Because I know that, like, the nodes had the Dramaturge's, like, stuff. I just assumed it was only in the node. Crazy. Well, he's here now. I run, you give chase, I am the heart, and you the something, but this heart is laid. Ah, Omega. You've caught me again in the throes of a bloody bout with my arch nemesis writer's block. Perhaps a change of pace would serve me well. Was there aught you needed? Yeah, it seems I've fucked up and just literally never even spoken to the Dramaturge this whole time. He's just blended in with the environment. That's funny. And I've only gotten dialogue from the Dramaturge from the node instead, which is very funny. Cool. Well, we listened to the Gallian occupation of Dalmasca, but the Dalmascan uprising we didn't read because we jumped into the raid, so let me do this. The Dalmascans took to their new rulers about as well as one might expect, and in the years since the annexation, several sizable uprisings have caught flame, only to be quelled by the Empire's might. That does not, however, mean we Garleans have emerged from these bouts of insurrection unscathed. One recent example is the Barheim incident, in which scores of Imperial colonists met their end. In response to this rather arbitrary display of defiance, the Emperor sent the 14th Legion back to Dalmasca, where, under the watch of Livia Sas Junius, suspected rebels were hunted down like rats and slaughtered without trial. And I think that's why Agamemnon saw Livia for a moment in his hallucination too. Of course, they served only to embolden the resistance, yet the ending of their tale was not as happy as those told in Doma and Alamigo, as you will have gleaned from your recent visit to Rabanasta. Which is not to say the resistance is no more. If anything, it grows stronger, its members biding their time deep in the endless labyrinth that lies beneath the capital. I have even heard it whispered that they are now rallied under a new leader, a charismatic young firebrand the people call Princess Ash. What? Of course, it cannot be the real Ashelia. Even had she survived the tragedy at Nalbana, Her Highness would by now have seen nigh on 50 summers. There you go. So they are explaining a little bit of a time thing here. Princess Ash. 50 summers. So Rabanasta was destroyed 50 years ago. But of course that doesn't make sense. She'd be too old. And why is Fran here? Viera culture. Ah yes, I have learned much of the Leporine folk during my travels, so let us start off with the most basic of details. There exist two distinct clans, the light-skinned Vina Viera and the darker-skinned Rava Viera. The word Viera itself means people of the wood, and true to that name, both the Rava and the Vina make their homes exclusively in the Golmore jungle or the primeval forests which line the southwestern foothills of the Skate Range, respectively. Until recently, perhaps the past several generations, a Viera living outside her homeland was unheard of, and those who abandoned their tribes were branded outcasts. You see, the Viera follow a strict code called the Green Word that binds them to their land and prohibits all contact with the outside world unless absolutely necessary. Similar to that of the Makote Keepers of the Moon, and Viera's societal hierarchy is strictly matriarchal.
You will find no males in the villages of both the Vina and the Rava, let alone in positions of rule. Yet that does not mean they do not play an important role in Viera society. The males take up the mantle of Woodwarder, protectors of the forest, and serve their tribes by seeing no evil encroach on their tribe's sacred domain. Males, for the most part, are reclusive, shunning contact with even their own kin, save for the rare occasion they return to their village of birth to sow their seed and claim any boys who have reached adulthood. But I shall speak of that queer custom at length later. In other words, tread not the wood with hopes of finding a male Viera, for you will be met with naught but disappointment, or worse, death. This, however, is not to discredit the martial prowess of female Viera. The women of the wood are as formidable as the men, and merely choose to devote their attention to the protection of their hearth and young. Without a supportive community, the males must constantly struggle to survive. Food, clothing, weapons, medicines, all must be procured or crafted by the individual, and without the aid of another. The male lives alone and dies alone. This has gone unchanged for countless generations. I spent many a moon in the desert Sapphire, and while I saw all manner of wondrous creatures, not once did I lay mine eyes upon a male Viera, nor did I hear of one living in the city. They simply do not exist to us. Yeah, been a while since I've gotten that Viera lore, so that makes sense. They live longer. Of course they do. What about Viera physiology? For the Viera, the hands of time move at a far more leisurely pace than they do for the rest of us. They just said the thing. Whereas a Hio might consider themselves fortunate to see 80 winters before his return to the livestream, Viera can endure up to 12 score or more. It is estimated that upwards of 8 in 10 Viera are born female, though it is not until at least the 13th name day, when the individual moves from adolescence into adulthood, that the individual's gender becomes apparent. Then, for the next 2 centuries, will the Viera maintain its physical youth, rendering it nigh impossible to discern one's age simply from outward appearances. When it is revealed that a Viera kit is a male, it will be given into the care of another, that it may learn the ways of the Woodwarder, protectors of the forest. Once every 3 to 5 summers, male Viera will descend from the trees to a nearby village to mate. It is at this time, if there are any recently discovered jacks still living amongst the females, that the older male will make them his wards and teach them how to survive, without the crutch of companionship. Only following countless seasons of training and strict adherence to the green word will the students themselves earn the title of master and be allowed to seek solitude. More than few will perish during this brutal rite of passage, further thinning the tribe's males, until only those with the strongest seed remain. As I explained before, the duty of a male Viera, the Woodwarder, is to see that their tribe's domain remain untouched by the destructive whims of outsiders, yet they do so from the shadows, often choosing to shoot first and not even bother with questions. The females, on the other hand, are much more open to their relationship with the wood, though I use the term open in the most loosest of senses. More than simply defend the forest, they seek also to nurture it, clearing undergrowth, removing fallen trees, planting seeds, eradicating vermin. Efforts by past kings to bring Viera lands under Dalmascan rule have been met with either indifference or violence. As of late, Rabanasta has suffered the Viera their self-governance, with the promise the villagers will not take up their bows against the throne. When I was younger and far more the fool than I am now, I asked a Viera if she did not find her tribe's ways awkward. Was it not within the natural order for males and females of a species to coexist? The woman answered me thus: the value of coexistence will not be found neath a loincloth. Long has our kind endured understanding that the distance twixt 2 bodies does not dictate the distance twixt 2 souls. The Dalmascan refugees. I spoke with Lady Fran about her efforts to see Dalmasca's displaced relocated to both Doma and Eorzea. A shrewd bit of compromise, if there ever was one. Not only will it save lives, but give the resistance one less thing to worry over, allowing them more time to concentrate on uniting their ranks. And there was no easy way for the alliances to refuse the entreaty without painting themselves just as heartless as the Empire. This is the children and the elderly we are talking about here. Nevertheless, a logistical nightmare awaits those tasked with seeing the masses safely across the eastern and western borders. It'll be quite an undertaking, and many might still perish. However, it is my deepest desire that Dalmasca might even follow in the footsteps of her neighbors and finally break free from the Imperial yoke. Ah, did I say deepest desire? Considering recent events, that was in poor taste. My apologies. I might have an Auracite and turn me into a Lucavi. Very nice. Okay, I've spoken to the group. Prince Well, Enemy has agreed to give me an actual role in the play. It is not Montblanc who stands before you, Kupo, but Isolde Tengil, the most handsome and noble, and handsome of the Knights Templar, who has all of 2 lines before he must return to his proper place backstage working the lights. Do not forget that, Kupo. Chat. This is Meliadul Erasure. Meliadul does not exist. Meliadul does not exist. Oh my god. Okay. How long did you guys wait to surprise me with the Sky Pirate repertoire? Look at that. We have our leading lady in the Balthier outfit. That's nice. It's a nice outfit. Very cool. Okay. Shall we break apart the alliance and form into an actual proper party now? You can get the Balthier outfit from the raid? Wow. Oh my god, there's 9 of us here. I'm so sorry. Carr says he's getting food. He'll join shortly. Okay. Alright, sorry, Construct. It's wind-up Ramza time. Designed after Ramza Beov, the unsung champion of Ivalician legend, and not the son of the exiled Majestic Theatre Company principal, this mammoth's creation was commissioned by Jeremy, Senlix, and Teo to pay honor to the true hero of the Zodiac Brave story. And there he is, in his original art style. He's got a little cape. All right, Dreamer, feel free to join, and we'll have 8. And I guess we can start looking into Bozja. I will need to have lunch at some point as well. I'll be having lunch soon, so that'll be a short break. Well, wasn't that an adventure, Omega? It is sad to think we must soon part ways. What with all we've been through these past few moons? Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Gallians, Jeremy has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kugane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly, he has already received petitions from hundreds of Gecko and Gainin to join the company. And then there is the matter of my assignment. You will be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write an expose when off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. I'll write an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a while longer. At the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell. Alma's theme and staff credits. Very nice. Alright. So, the quest by the name of Hail to the Queen. I think it's in the same place that we started this quest line too, actually. So there you go. I don't know what this is, just that it is a continuation, I guess, of the Ivalice stuff, so I assume it's tied to what we saw with Gabranth there, looking at stuff in the Clockwork City of Gorg. Judging by the look and of relief on Kaitan's face, you have saved him a great deal of time. Very Nice. So that's what we'll start with. Those group shots are so cool of the full Ivalice Alliance. Incredible. Let me show this image. So large. How good is that? Team shot from victory of the Alliance raid. Very nice. It's a field ops. And there's a new one in Dawn Trail, but we think that Bozja is easily the best field operation out of the three. Sweet. Alrighty. Hail to the Queen. My lord. My, what auspicious timing. I intended to send a missive to the Rising Stones, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Master Hancock wishes to speak with you regarding a matter of grave import. I can but imagine what other duties yet demand your attention. Still, he would request you meet him at the Ruby Bazaar at your earliest convenience. Off we go then. I think that's the good thing with like group content that I do on stream, is it does give people a good opportunity if they maybe haven't played it or haven't touched it as much to be able to have a dedicated group that we can do it. That's why it's been fun to go through like a lot of those raids and trials and stuff like that. Greetings, honored sir. Will you be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices? Yes. And so he returns at last. From what Tartaru has told me, you've come rather a long way, to put it mildly. And while the Scions remained locked in slumber, she sought aid from all corners of the realm. In fact, it was I to whom she first turned when searching for a champion to assist her in your absence. Though, as you have no doubt surmised, I did not call you here to discuss such matters. I have received word from Lord Hien that the Bosian resistance, our comrades in the Eastern Alliance, seek the aid of distinguished heroes in their fight against the Empire, and naturally your name immediately sprang to mind. The Bosian resistance, you say? Indeed, from a small nation found in the southern reaches of Ilsabard to the west of Dalmasca. They were no doubt among the first to fall to the Empire. And yet it would seem their hearts have yet to give way to despair. And with the Empire now in disarray, they would seize the opportunity to fight back. If you would know the details in full, I think it best you speak with Lord Hien. His endless list of commitments make him a hard man to find, however, so perhaps you can have one of his attendants at the House of the Fierce track him down for you. I think it was also mentioned that this was added to the game during the Shadowbringers expansion, right? because it was the Omega raids and the Ivalice Alliance raids during the patches of Stormblood. So I guess it would only make sense that this would have been added later. Would anyone like to repair my equipment? I'm looking a little worse for wear. Do a little mend request. Mobius, please. Thank you. I'm back in pristine condition. It's tied to the relic weapons for the expansion. Interesting. We haven't done any of that at all. I haven't touched a single relic weapon related thing, so I guess that's what's happening now. It's my first, relic weapon related thing. Greetings, good sir. Lord Hien has been expecting you. When word reached us from the Bosian resistance, Lord Hien knew at once there was but one man to whom he could turn. He left to the coattails not long ago. The view of Doma Castle helps to calm his mind. This way, if you please. Lord Hien! I'm gonna see him again. God, he's all the way over here. Oh, yo. Alright, mate. We're going to get to where Lord Hien is, and then I'm going to have my quick lunch break, because it's been 4 hours, and it's 12:30. It's lunchtime. So I'll check in with him, and then I'll just be eating some food for a bit, and then we'll continue with Bozja. Bozja. Hey, you told me Hien was here. I guess he's still somewhere else. But we have some beautiful music that we can listen to while we wait. So yeah, just take a quick break, everybody. You know, take a quick break. Because I'm going to eat. I'll be back in 5. I won't try and take too long. I always feel guilty taking a break because I know that we're live, but man's got to eat. I will be right back. I return. There's no music playing. What's going on? There we go. Good timing. I'm back. Let us continue. Thanks for your patience. I had a nice bagel. It was delicious. I guess Mobius has already gone. Maybe we'll see him when he comes back. Good luck with the vet. I'll speak with the Doman attendant. This way, atop the broken bridge. He will be most glad for your arrival. And Yuguri here as well? Shit. You didn't tell me she'd be here. Do you remember when we first shared a view of this castle together? Still under the Gallians' control, perhaps, yet for all their wickedness, its beauty would not be so easily sullied. It is good to see you, my friend. You must forgive me for foregoing pleasantries, but our guest here is in dire need of your help. Marsak, of the Bosian Resistance. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. As you have no doubt already heard from Lord Hien, my people seek to reclaim our homeland from the Empire. Under his auspices, and that of the Eorzean Alliance, we aim to do just that. However, we recently received word that the 4th Imperial Legion has been making plans of their own. It has long held the provinces of Naksha, Dalmasca, and Bozja in an iron grip, using its Dalmascan headquarters to house the bulk of its forces. Until recently, that is. They appear to be diverting resources and manpower to their forces stationed in Bozja. In fact, 3 battalions are en route as we speak. We thought perhaps to strike before they can fully assemble, but the Bosian resistance lacks the means to drive them off on its own. Aid from the Dalmascan resistance groups may have sufficed, sadly. Even Fran of Lente's Tears has been unable to bring an end to their infighting. All hope is not lost, however, for Lord Hien has made a most intriguing proposal. An idea not my own, I must confess. We have our old friend Gosetsu to thank. As the Empire tightened its grip on Doma, our people were at a crossroads. Would they lay down and surrender, or stand up and fight? You sought me out, that I could become the spark that lit the fire of rebellion. The same must be done for the Bosians. They require a standard under which they can rally, a symbol of hope to steel them for what is to come. Lacking a living figurehead such as Lord Hien, my comrades and I looked to our nation's past for inspiration. There, we found the answer we sought, Gunhilda's blades. They were the elite guard of Queen Gunhilda, possessed of weapons blessed by the gods. Their exploits would become legend after defending our peoples against the Allagans in the 3rd Astral Era. The strength of their steel was matched only by their dedication to the Queen. Should one lose their life in her service, their holy blade was then passed on to a successor. In time, their title would lend itself to the most renowned of their weaponry, the Gunblade. But in truth, each member of her guard was master of a unique weapon. Though these sacred relics have been lost to time, I would see them forged anew. Armed thus, our people would know no fear and drive back our oppressors, just as Queen Gunhilda did the Allagans. An admittedly lofty and otherwise unattainable goal for one such as I. Which is why I've traveled far and wide in search of great minds and greater heroes who might lend us their aid. We would be honored to have one of your renown at our side. We value the Bosians' commitment to the cause, and I would see their plans come to fruition.
Unfortunately, duty demands that I remain here. I could not in good conscience leave, knowing the Empire yet threatens the border to Alamigo. Should you choose to accompany him to Bozja, might I ask you also to act as representative of the Eastern Alliance in my stead? Leave it to me. Not even a nod, just the old fist. Thank you, my friend. If there is aught else you require of the Eastern Alliance, you need only ask. Safe travels to you both. So there's our nice intro. So it mentions relics, it mentions the gunblade. I'll really need to do Gunbreaker at some point. That's going to be so good. And then I'll be able to wear my Squall outfit with pride. It's going to be a good one. An airship to our base has been prepared for us at the Enclave's dock. I hope to see you there soon. Path of the past. When you have finished your preparations, meet me at the dock and we can be on our way. Bloody hell. Alright, mate. Off we fly. Have a bit of a trip. Don't even know if or when I would do more relic weapon related stuff, but as always with an MMO, there's so much that you can do. So I know that there's probably some anxious excitement about progressing the story still. Like we've got the Endwalker patches and then a whole expansion waiting for us on top of the optional stuff that we're doing right now. Gave us some fish. I hope you're better than that other guy that was selling them. He caused the end of the world because he was unable to sell fish. All are free to travel in and out of the Enclave. No, dogs love the vet. I don't know why I have assumed dog, actually. Maybe it's not a dog. Maybe it's a lizard. Who knows? Yeah, End of Endwalker is definitely a good place to do other things, because it's like not a definitive end, but it's an end, and we walked to it. It definitely feels like a good gap to do some shit. Go and do some other stuff. And that's what we're doing. Coming aboard, sir. Go to the boat, to go to the thing, to go to the guy, to go to the ship, to go to the place, to meet the person, to go to the bridge, to talk to the guy, to go to the boat, to go to the ship, to go to the person. Now we're here. Indeed, he is a dog. There you go. Don't you love the roundabout way that you can get into a quest sometimes? that we should play host to the Liberator of Doma and El Amigo himself. I do not think you could be persuaded to help us.
How about that, about the moustache, though? Isn't that powerful? Let me read this in my head like 6 times. Bozja, leader of the Bosian resistance. Not the best choice for the job, if I'm to be frank, but I will bear the title all the same. How about this music, though? Bloody hells, man, you won't inspire much confidence speaking like that. Haha, you're quite right, Master Geralt. While you're here, won't you come and welcome our guest? Don't I know you from somewhere? Ah, I know. You're that bloke that saved Eorzea from the Garleans or some such. Omega, was it? What's the matter? You look like someone pissed in your porridge. I'll try and turn the music up a little bit. Eorzea's greatest hero and her finest blacksmith. With the two of you here, our plan is sure to succeed. Would that Queen Gunhilda were here to witness this. Whoa. That NPC has Moan Breeder's face. That scared me for a second. I went, huh? Oi, Omega, just between us. I'm only here to pay off me debts to that black-hearted snake, Rowena. She's been selling supplies to the Resistance, and they happened to mention they were in need of a smithy. So she went and told them I'm the greatest bleeding smithy in the realm, with skills that had put Fire God himself to shame. Can't rightly say I'm even half of what she claimed, but I'll do me damnedest. They're happy to ply me with good grub and even better booze, so play along, will you? Now that you're both here, I believe it's time our plans be made clear. Procedure? Is that not Moan Breeder's face? Just with a short hair? Yes, of course. Our goal is to reforge the weapons wielded by Gunhilda's blades. Simple in principle, less so in execution. The weapons themselves and most of the text denoting the history of Her Majesty and her guard were lost to the devastation of the Fourth Umbral Calamity. That said, we have managed to obtain certain pieces of information, and coupled with Master Geralt's knowledge and expertise, we have made great strides in reproducing these vaunted blades of Eld. We've worked out the manner of weapons. Sorry, I've got a dog underneath my chair. Give me a second. Dog on the lap time. Like, dog under the chair, don't want to run over your tail with a chair. We've worked out the manner of weapons they wielded, their shape and weight, even the materials needed for me forge, but we've learned bugger all about what gives them spirit. It is said Queen Gunhilda etched a holy inscription upon each blade, thus granting them the power of the gods. Unfortunately, no records of any such engravings remain, but there is still hope. Though naught but pale imitations, there once existed replicas which may very well have borne these inscriptions. Alas, they were lost when Bozja Citadel fell. Do you know of the Bozja incident? It sounds vaguely familiar. Bitter chapter in our history, for it would mark the end of Bozja as we knew it. 15 summers past, the Garleans were conducting experiments seeking a means to make contact with the lesser moon, Dalamude. They believed the satellite to be possessed of immense power
and a lunar transmitter was erected in the hopes of harnessing it. But when the transmitter was activated and the signal sent, Dalmascan responded with an immense blast of raw energy. The destruction wrought defied reckoning. The citadel, the relics of Queen Gunhilda's kingdom. Naught was left but smoke and ash. Hope ain't lost yet, though. The citadel's been wiped off the bloody map, aye, but there's still a way for us to find those inscriptions, or so I've been told. An explanation better left to one far more knowledgeable than I. She's back. Over here, Makoto. It's good to see you again, Omega, though I had hoped to accomplish more before your arrival. You can forget if you like, because it's been so long, in context of the expansion releases. I'm sure your help will be as invaluable now as it was aboard the Prima Vista. You are far too kind. If not for your heroism, Ramza and Alma would have... Give her a light pat. From the onset of our endeavor, it was abundantly clear that one versed in aetherology would be essential. We relayed this to the Alliance, who then introduced us to Makoto. She is said to be one of the most brilliant minds among the students of Bosian. And yet, it is my ineptitude that demands your presence here. I was all but certain that Geralt and I alone would suffice in this. Alas. The matter she speaks of concerns a long-forgotten practice of the holy men who once inhabited these lands. Utilizing uniquely aspected crystals, those seers were able to provide succor for those with ailments of the mind. They possess the ability to shape their very memories, removing those deemed harmful and replacing them, that the patient may find some semblance of peace. I too dismiss the notion that such practices could exist. That is, until a recent excavation unearthed compelling evidence of their work, the crystals we believe were used in their healing. Unfortunately, we were unable to discern how they are meant to be used. It was at this juncture that we petitioned for Makoto's assistance. Well, Les, made any progress? My initial analysis suggests the crystals were artificially created at some point in the distant past. The materials used suggest they were most likely produced by the ancient peoples, ancestral peoples, of this area. What's more, their ethereal signature is strikingly similar to the oscillatory activity of brainwaves, which when made to resonate with the distinct frequency NRR type harmonic vibration of an individual's... I've done it again, haven't I? I think a simpler approach is in order. Every living being is comprised of a corporeal aether of the flesh, incorporeal aether of the soul, and the ethereal residue of their memories. Were one to be possessed of only corporeal ether, they would be but a walking corpse. Conversely, entities comprised of only incorporeal ether are referred to in layman's terms as ghosts. In either case, they may also retain some of their residual memories. Aye, zombies and ghosts, I follow. These crystals were able to isolate and resonate with the ethereal signature of memories. This allowed the seers to probe the minds of their patients. That's all well and good, lass, but what if their mind ain't what it used to be? Or they was too deep in their cups to remember what you're looking for?
excellent question, Master Geralt. We are all possessed of two types of memory, explicit and implicit. As their names suggest, explicit memories refer to an active remembrance of previous experiences, while implicit memories are acquired and stored passively. For example, when making a new acquaintance, their appearance will become part of your explicit memory, allowing you to recall that information. Should a great deal of time pass without meeting, however, such recollection can prove difficult. Yet in that moment, your mind also takes records of the sounds and smells of the location, the temperature, and so on. Perhaps a demonstration would better explain this phenomenon. Without a seer? Thankfully, that will not be necessary. When I was first told of the seers and their practices, I was immediately reminded of your ability to peer into the past. I will be the seer. Let's go. I believe these people were blessed with a similar gift, and it is for that reason they were chosen to serve as seers. Though I too am possessed of the echo, I lack the ability to peer into the past as you do, and thus have been unable to wield the power of these crystals. That's why we called you here. Until now, I could do naught but posit theories. With your help, however, I may now put them to the proof. It's cool to think about, like, the context of this game, this expansion of Shadowbringers, and what's going on aetherically, because, you know, we have obviously our crew that got taken to the first, and figuring out their aetherical signatures and stuff like that. And you, Master Geralt, shall be my first test subject.
You what, mate?
Out of the blooming question. But you have to. Oh, fuck it. He's not happy about that. Omega, would you like to recall the last time you experienced the echo? Concentrate on that feeling. Master Geralt, I need you to recall a memory of the past. It may be anything you like. You better not go poking around in there, digging up something unsavory like. You hear, lass? Please, Master Geralt, focus. Can't see shit. I'm swimming in white. This is most unexpected. For reasons I cannot yet explain, it appears the Echo has allowed me to accompany you into his memory. This is a first, because this is different. Like, we haven't had the same, like, Echo effect. It's not doing the weird glitching effect. It's like, we're actually here. Which is so interesting. You're a skilled smith, Geralt. There's no denying that, but you hold money about as well as your liquor. Well, what bloody good is money if you can't spend it? A man has to live a little, Rowena. Aye, and it wouldn't hurt for a man to use his head, neither. With all that talent of yours, I reckon you could have amassed a small fortune by now. Could have been you sitting on the syndicate instead of Godbert. As if I'd ever want to be anything like that doddering old half-dressed... You're a bit half-dressed yourself right now, mate.
Whoa! This is so cool and strange. Didn't realize my memory was so sharp.
As you can see, implicit memory is surprisingly comprehensive. From the clear skies and ocean waves down to the exact words of your conversations, everything appears to have been perfectly preserved.
Yeah, you weren't listening to that, were you?
Every time someone gives you good advice, you turn around and do the complete sodden opposite. I used to like that rebellious streak of yours, but now I see you're just a bloody idiot. Honestly, I don't know what I ever saw in you.
Yeah, whatever it is you think you saw, it ain't as if I changed since then. And you haven't neither. Still as beautiful as the day we met. Whoa, hold on a minute. I never said anything like that. I swear me lost Monger Vale.
Implicit memories, while quite comprehensive, are not always true to fact. In the case of painful or otherwise undesirable experiences, they can be obfuscated to protect oneself from hard truths. Our perception of reality can distort them as well, even when first committed to the mind. Then, as time passes, such distortions can grow. Happy memories become more joyous, sad ones all the more bitter. Explicit memory is particularly sensitive to such misrepresentations of events, for man is wont to remember what is most convenient for his worldview. That is why we seek the implicit, for there we are most likely to find the truth. Ooh, we're all over the place. Cute.
The truth, Rowena and me were only here a week ago. Don't tell me my memory's that bleeding unreliable.
A self-imposed delusion, perhaps. As I said before, the mind has ways of concealing painful memories. Welcome to the stream, bartender. If you'll see the title of the stream, it's Final Fantasy XIV. The context is this person and Rowena know each other. That's all the context that I need. Cast. They know each other, and this guy's Mr. Relic Man. Does that cover it?
I ain't feeling so well. If you'll excuse me.
As you can see, these crystals allow us to choose specific points in a person's past and observe at will. Unlike the Echo, however, what we see will not always be as it really was. I feel like this is the game doing a descriptive and detailed explanation for if we're going to start diving into memories, and maybe if the memories are about certain things, hey, sometimes they might be a little wonky. Maybe things won't be that wholly true and correct, and we needed to explain that. Yet there still remains the matter of finding one who has seen the replica weapons and their inscriptions. At this present juncture, we might as well be looking for a ghost. You know what? This is exactly like the, if I'm remembering the name correctly, the Raktika Greatwood. It gives me Lahi vibes. And of course it would, because this is the same fucking expansion. After the Garlean invasion of Bozja, it was all but cut off from the world. None were allowed in or out, meaning all of its residents, and likely any who may have glimpsed the weapons, died when the Citadel was destroyed. What about the soldiers stationed there who were away at the time of the incident? Even if we were able to find them, I doubt they could be persuaded to cooperate. Oh, the fuck? What are we doing here?
No! Please! Lord Varus! No!
Am I getting a glimpse of the future? I really am a seer now. You saw it too. My visions, they are not of what has come to pass, but what is yet to be. Could it be the crystal allowed us to share my vision as well?
Makota, Omega, are you two alright?
I just had a bloody vision, mate, of the future.
Cid Garland, son of the monster behind the Meteor Project.
Oh, well, yeah, but he's alright, really. Come to think of it, Yugari mentioned that Doma and the Eorzean Alliance have been receiving support from Garland Ironworks. I thought that the company should use such a moniker mere happenstance, but you mean to say Cid Garland owns this company?
The son of Midas and Garland lives.
Oh, this doesn't feel nice. Or maybe not, actually. Maybe it's helpful. I thought maybe they got some bad Empire-related history while he was still part of that crew. But it seems that we're going to dive into his memories, but they're not going to look so... No, they're not going to look so good. We've started to get visions into the future now. How cool. He must be summoned at once. If he was at the Citadel prior to its destruction, it's quite possible he may have seen the replicas.
Fate is indeed a cruel mistress, pinning our hopes on a Garlean, the get of that bastard Midas no less. Is there truly no other way?
I literally have to pause before I read this. We're gonna nickname this guy, and we're gonna nickname him Sal. Right in the middle there, S-A-L. This guy's new name is now Sal. He has been nicknamed. He literally makes my brain freeze when I read this. Sal, please.
Very well. I only hope our fallen comrades can forgive us.
Alright, so they've got a bone to pick with Midas specifically. Not necessarily Cid, but sins of the father and all that.
Please, bring us Cid Garland, for the people of Bozja, for all of Ilsabard.
Hey, what are you guys doing? Time to go get Cid. So it seems our vision was of the very near future. Speak with Sal. Yeah, let me, get a good quality need to give you an example. Can't really just a bit more heavy on the eyeshadow. Just a bit more heavy on the eyeshadow. Do not introduce Bosja to Urianger.
son of Midas Nan Garland, an Imperial deserter. My, what curious company we keep. Forgive me. Is there aught you need? Tell me about Queen Gunhilda. During the Third Astral Era, Queen Gunhilda united the fragmented tribes of the Hrothgar to rise up and drove off the Alligans, eventually going on to found the nation of Bozja. It should be noted that Gunhilda was not her name, but rather a title, bestowed to the current monarch of any given age. The common thread connecting all rulers of Bozja is their ability to read the stars. There were others who shared in this ability. They were said to be the greatest seers of their respective ages. They were also said to be great warriors. When doing battle with the Alligans or any other would-be invaders, the Queen could always be found commanding from the front lines. Alas, Bozja would fall in the wake of the Fourth Umbral Calamity. By some miracle, some few survived and were able to build what we knew as the city-state of Bozja. Tell me about Gunhilda's blades. They were the elite guard of the Queen, masters of myriad arms and magics. Said to be the greatest warriors of their age. Their combat prowess was matched only by their devotion to Queen Gunhilda. They would not hesitate to give their lives in her service, and should one of these warriors fall in battle, their holy blade would be passed on to a suitable successor. Over time, their title as Gunhilda's blades would become synonymous with the Gunblade, which gained great renown during the war against the Alligans. There is not a Bosian alive who does not know the tales of their heroism. I have no doubt reforging these weapons will lend us both the strength and resolve we need to succeed. Cool. Our exploration of Master Geralt's memories was a success, largely in part to his trust in you, I suspect, and how fortunate for us that you should also be a good acquaintance of Cid's. I'm sure there is much you must do to prepare. I will not keep you. That's a lot of explanation. I do not imagine he sympathizes with our plight, but from what I gather, he has no love for the Empire either. If that will suffice in persuading him to aid us, then so be it. I hear there are engineers stationed at Ralga's Reach. Perhaps you can begin your search for Garlon there. Yes, that's right. We have to search for him. Because he only appears when he deems it necessary. Hey, imagine if I had a link pearl. Imagine if I had a link pearl in my ear and I said, "Hey, Cid, are you there?" Imagine if I gave him a bit of a ring on my telephone. And I said, "Mate, I'm gonna need you." That would be too difficult. Procedure has one of the ephemeral faces players can use. There's someone in your FC that looks just like that NPC. Fair enough, too. Fair enough. Before I speak to the Ironworks engineer, I just gotta do a quick dog checkup. So, give me 1 second, chat. Has a player face as well. I guess it's just all in the way that the characters are designed. If they've got all their hairstyles and tattoos and stuff.
So does all of these characters. And me too. I've got a player face. Say, aren't you Omega, savior of Eorzea, liberator of Alamigo, and so on, so forth? The name's Luja, newest recruit of the Ironworks. What can I do for you? You seen Cid anywhere, mate? The chief? Too busy by half, according to Jesse. Between you and me, though, I think it's a load of... Jesse's back. Because you don't see Jesse much, you know? Biggs and Wedge, they're always around when they get shown, but you don't get out Jesse. Not enough Jesse. Oh, do go on. A load of what? I was saying, what a load off your shoulders it must be, knowing that the chief is back from whatever he was doing. Speaking of whom, Omega said he wanted to speak with him about... what was it again? God damn it, Luja, you might hear better than most, but you're a terrible listener. Would you mind starting again from the beginning? I am looking for bloody Cid, mate. Pretty simple. I see. Well, you just missed him. Serious wall is due for maintenance, and he had a mind to oversee it personally. That said, any matters concerning you are top priority. I'll see if I can reach him. You... Oh my god, she's given him a ring. For fuck's sake. We have a link pearl! Why doesn't our character use the link pearl? One of these days, I want our character to just do one of these. And then, you know, it doesn't need to be spoken dialogue, of course. Just the classic, choose a couple of dialogue options. Yeah, hey Cid, that you, mate? Yeah, need you. I take it this is an average day for you? Must be hard. Always having to put on a brave face as you're thrust into danger. People tugging you this way and that like some sort of errand boy. Not that we don't appreciate what you do for us. Goodness knows I do. In fact, well, you see, I'm something of a fan. I knew the Ironworks worked with you on occasion, but I didn't think I'd have the chance to meet you in person. Can I shake your hand? Luja, Cid being back took a load off my shoulders, not yours. Don't you have work to do? Oh, right, work. Duty calls, but hopefully we'll meet again soon. Something about those glasses? Yeah, because they're very modern looking, aren't they? Glasses are very modern looking. Yeah. Dog in a lap. Chief says he'll meet you at the Dome and Enclave. Not the most convenient of locations, but it'll have to do, I'm afraid. One more thing. The Bozja incident is something of a sore spot for the chief. Even if it was an accident, most people outside of the Empire remember it as a massacre. The chief tried to put a stop to his father's experiment, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Even now, he still blames himself for it all. I should have tried harder, he'd say. I could have saved him. I could have saved all of them. All that genius. And the man can't find a way to forgive himself. So if you're aiming to go digging through his past, be careful. I dread to think what demons he's got locked away in that brain of his. I've seen a glimpse of it not going well already. How's audio sound when I'm back here, by the way? I'm a little bit further away from the microphone. Just let me know if I need to change anything. I got a dog. You know, there's something between us. Something's come between us.
tough as Magitech armor plating when she wants to be, but her heart's in the right place. A shame she's always so busy. As are you, if I'm not mistaken. I won't keep you any longer. Best of luck. Arts to the past. One of those. The Ironworks engineer is confused as to why you are still here and not at the Doman Enclave. The chief said he'd be meeting you at the Doman Enclave, didn't he? Well, best not to keep him waiting. Alright, well hold on. What I'll do is I'll turn down the game audio a bit. Bring this over here. Try and do this. Yeah, we'll see how we go. Hopefully all good. The dog wishes to sit in the lap, so we have to make do. Why isn't there a crystal around here? There's an aetheryte inside the Enclave. Wait a minute. Is it covered by the fucking... Oh, hang on, wait. Because is the Enclave at a different part of the map? You go to this person to get taken there, don't you? Where is it? Hang on a sec. That place. I should have literally just accepted the teleport offer. My brain wasn't working. The Doman Enclave. I'll remember that. Doman Enclave, which I've never built up. Oh, have I not, like, touched any of the other crystals? Master Garland, yes, I've seen him here, restlessly pacing about the Enclave. If you wait here, I'm sure he'll come by before long. And there he is. It's hard to believe this place was, until recently, occupied by the Gallians. Doma has a long way to go before it regains its former glory, but they're off to a good start. So I've heard. If the Bosians wish to follow the Doman's lead, I plan to do what I can to help them. In fact, I've already spoken to Lord Hien and agreed to divert part of the Ironworks resources to assist in Doma's reconstruction. The offer seemed to have taken him by surprise, but I assured him that in addition to the Ironworks' commitment to freedom through technology, I have my own reasons to reverse the destruction wrought by the Empire. While it's true that I eventually defected, I played no small part in the development of Magitech now used by their military. Sometimes it's the threads you can't see that have the strongest ties. Would that I could cut them. And how did Lord Hien take your response? Our talks were focused mainly on the reconstruction, as we thought it best to wait for your arrival to discuss how I might help the Bosjans. If I could have made my father see reason, there would have been no Bozja incident. But I was powerless to stop him. Have you tried not being powerless? Yes, you're right. There's a time for wallowing in self-pity, and a time for action. I plan to do whatever I can for the Bosjan resistance, but they're up against the 4th Legion. If they're going to stand a chance, their allies here in the east won't be enough. They're going to need all the help that they can muster. I'm not entirely sure what part I'll have to play in all this, and I doubt anything I do now will be enough to atone for my past mistakes. But if it means throwing a spanner in the Empire's works, then count me in. Oh, and fair warning, I had a vision of the future there, Cid. Try not to think about this particular guy that gives you a lot of traumatic memories. What do you reckon? Yeah, everything's sounding good with the audio chat. What do you reckon? Upon speaking with Makoto, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time. I think this is the first time we've gotten this warning outside of the main story. I don't really remember having this outside of the main story. Several voiced cutscenes, yeah? Several voiced cutscenes, yeah? At the moment, there's no voices to be had, so that's fine. It's the vision. If you are ready, I would begin our exploration. Think back to your time at Bozja Citadel. You needn't focus on a specific memory if that helps. Alright, just promise me you'll be careful in there. What just happened? Unable to commence duty. Solo duty. Let me out of there. That was funny. How isn't it funny that it lets you get to this point and like you do the whole thing, fade to white and everything, and then says, "Oh." It should do it at the beginning. Yeah, usually the NPC is glowing. If you are ready, I would begin our exploration. Think back to your time at Bozja Citadel. You need to focus on a specific memory if that helps. Oh, be careful in there. Yeah, surprise solo duty. Surprise, you've been kicked out of the party. And then I'm not going to press skip cutscene because then I'm scared it will skip, like, not just this, but past it, you know?
wow, cool. Okay, duty commenced with Cid. This is Bozja Citadel, alright. At least I think it was. Was everything so distorted when you tested this before? Your recollection of this place appears grossly incomplete. I can assume your memory is being warped by your subconscious. Well, I'd rather not stand around labouring over details. Let's look for the transmission tower and the Principia. Anything of import would have been stored there. Why can't this game make the long dialogue stay there for longer? it really does go too quick. Alright, we have an incomplete memory. Did you see that? A military base appeared out of thin air. Or out of my mind, I suppose. Did it appear because he mentioned the Principia, I wonder? What in the world? The road. It just ends. Yeah, can you remember us a road, please? A consequence of your incomplete memories. You have to think back, Cid. Where did this road lead? This all seems so absurd. Recalling the Citadel shouldn't be so difficult. Do you remember where the Imperial troops were heading? Try recalling the cityscape. I remember the blue of the cobblestone streets. If not for the occasional military installation, it would have looked like any other city. Oh. Right. Picked the wrong option, apparently. Do you remember where the Imperial troops were heading? Do you remember where the Imperial troops were heading? Not specifically, no, but they were on edge. Something to do with the Academy's research. Wait, I remember. Cid memory returns, the way forward opens. Okay, so you do have to pick a specific dialogue option. We should be able to reach the Principia. If we keep heading north. Sorry, chat. Dog's in a mood today, so just keeping my eyes on her. The side of the Bozja incident. Damn it all, the road is cut off again. Come on, Cid. You have to remember. So I've got to force this man to remember his specifics. Sorry, Omega. My mind is drawing a blank. Maybe there's something around here that will jog my memory. A psychological stimulus to prompt recollection. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, you want this magic armor? Maybe not. I now see what they were saying in regards to cutscenes will play in sequence. They were referring to this. Battle-worn arms. A pile of well-worn blades and shields, though not of Imperial design. Ooh. Gunhilda's blades? Some form of relic weapons? Perhaps these will serve to refresh his memory. Weapons and magic armor? Right. The fighting had already started and I was... Well done, Cid. Let us press onward. It's all starting to come back to me now. The tension in the air is palpable. Ah, right. The soldiers were on high alert that day. The Bosian resistance had infiltrated the Citadel to stop the Academy's experiments. Damn you! Do you suppose it's possible we can tamper with this memory? A curious question, one I believe worth investigating. Shall we? Ah. Tampering with the memory, huh? It's quite an interesting choice. This is some form of Final Fantasy therapy. You go back into your traumatic memories to do what you couldn't back then. Hey, let me have another go. Am I supposed to be... Oh, no. They're coming back to life. I see. These guys are... Because it's weird, like a memory where things aren't really working as intended, you know? It's like they're just stuck in battle, but it's not actually going anywhere.
Altering memories is easier said than done, it seems. Well, let's keep going. You cannot simply go into your memory and change it. People getting chased down and killed while in the middle of combat for trying to leave. Here we are, the Principia. Inside is the transmission tower. Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck? What the seven hells are these? You don't know? Could they be a manifestation of your subconscious? If so, they likely seek to suppress your memories of the Citadel, meaning they intend to purge us from your mind. We cannot let them. Defeat the antibodies? Cid, this is what your antibodies look like? What the fuck? Oh. Okay. Right. Oh, okay. Oh, excuse me. Is there no end to them? We have to hold on lest they succeed in erasing us from Cid's mind. Oh god, what's that? Alright. Beam of light. Yeesh. Okay. Curious that we could defeat these, but not the soldiers earlier. Perhaps because they are not truly part of this memory. Don't worry about that later. Come on, we're nearly to the tower. Cid's got some shit in his brain. Just a little further. Esteem withdraws from the battlefield. Interesting.
To all of my children in
Whoa.
Bozja to all of
Okay.
my children
Weird Bahamut.
death hath
Whoa! The music! What the fuck?
the soul yearns for honor, and the flesh the heat
Bahamut! This has to be another attempt by your subconscious to stop us. Please, Cid, you have to pull yourself together.
to
Are we sure I'm not suffering from a sudden onset of psychosis?
lead those who
Altered Bahamut. There's no choice but to fight, otherwise his subconscious will continue to repress the memory.
Shining is the land
Wow. Oh, Esteem is my shadow self. No shit, yeah. My living shadow. Me reading that. Oh, okay.
walk free, walk
God damn. so believe Giga Flare. Cid is currently taking a breather. Careful, I like not the looks of this. Primal Roar. Oh no, could his psyche be deteriorating? Omega, look out! Oh my, okay, yeah.
Ever flows the land full of Walk free, walk free, walk free.
Can't believe that this is the music choice. My god. Sid's about to get blasted. He goes, Sid's roasted now. This is the beat. This is the beat dropping. It's misery. We did it. Thank you. I feel better now. Perhaps now your subconscious will be more forthcoming with the truth in this memory. Make your way to the transmission tower. Is that Cid? Do you recall this happening? Oh. Father was so angry that day. Father, please, if you would just look over this data. Enough, damn you. The next time you question me, it shall be the last. Now leave. You of all people should understand the risks. Why do you refuse to see reason? It's rather unlike him to overlook data, no matter the source. Look here, he left behind his research documentation. Discarded documents. You pick up the research documents and find page after page of meticulous calculations and observational data on Dalamude. Young Cid posits that the Lesser Moon may very well possess the ability to harness and manipulate solar power. Moreover, the vast stores of energy it has amassed over the millennia, should they be unleashed, would far exceed any parameters the transmission tower may have been designed to withstand. By gods, this data, the Empire would invite a calamity. So many sleepless nights spent on those damned papers, all for nothing. If my suspicions are correct, then he was already... Never mind then. Let us press on. The truth awaits us. There they are, the replicas of Gunhilda's blades. They are in the memory. That's a nasty looking gun blade. Look at that. I think this is going to be our source of the memory. Solus Soscalvus.
Know your place, Whelp. The Meteor Project cannot, will not be stopped. Certainly not by the likes of you.
He's so baby. No, this is wrong. Emperor Solus couldn't have been there. Look at that beard.
Oh. Whoa. What the fuck? No! Please! Lord Varus! No!
Cid, you mustn't forget, this is only a memory. Whoa. He's blending with the memory now. Oh, it's going all over the place. So he was shot. And he had to relive that trauma for a second.
Cid Garland, bringer of ruin, herald of ash, your father must be proud. How does it feel to know such calamity follows in your wake, that your failings bring death to all you hold dear? And now you would set this filth against me. Very well. You get a goddamn Varus boss fight? He has a gun shield. He has a gun shield. That's a big ass, like, big ass barrel there. Look at that. What a chamber. One fate awaits those who oppose the will of the Empire. This trauma is too much. He's lost control. This memory is false, Omega. Perhaps you can alter it with the echo. My friends are my power. Oh, how cool is that? Rin is there. Rin is there. That was always your greatest strength, instilling in others the courage to rise up, the courage to fight for what's right. Okay, nice. I've summoned my Shadowbringers NPCs. What a group. What the fuck? Look at that. Varus Yegelvis. Could you imagine if this was like a screenshot that leaked before Shadowbringers came out? Would like be going crazy trying to think about how this fucking connects to the main story. They're like, huh? Look at that. The whole team fighting with you, plus Mikoto. Let's go. Varus, the Meteor Project cannot be stopped. I will not allow it. Look, Thancredin and I, we're tanking.
This is going to leave a mark.
Taste my steel. They made an extreme trial of this fight, even though there isn't a normal group version. That's so interesting. The struggle shall avail you not. Careful of his blade.
I will not hold back.
Keep your guard up!
Keep your guard up. You know, that's clue for I'm going to need to do a level 3 limit break now. There's no level 3... There's no limit break gauge. We're all good. They're not going to drop a surprise level 3 tank limit break on you. I tire of these games. We're getting treated to these fucking mid-fight cutscenes. Cross slash! You dare defy me! Hey, level 3 limit break. Oh my god, Omega, a little help if you'd be so kind. Blades pulse. By thy leave, active time maneuver. Urianje, let's go. Oh my god, piteous worms, there will be naught left of you but ash. Let's go. Now, drive it back. Quickly, my barrier shan't hold long.
Oracle,
Infilia, give me strength. Except, Rin says Oracle in the dialogue. Yeah, how cool.
this is going to leave a mark.
I thought to offer you a quick, painless death. Alas. So the written dialogue says Minfilia, but the spoken dialogue says Oracle.
You underestimate me.
You would dash yourself against my shield. Very well. He's charging. He would turn the very air against us. Have care, Omega. We'll mount your heads upon my wall. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing here? We're all standing like this? Okay. Oh my. Give me a second. I can't move. Fuck. Go and find some memory. Loaded gun shield. It really is just called a gun shield.
I will not hold back.
All of our research, our planning, it cannot be for naught. Get him. Get him.
I'll handle the healing.
Got him. The Empire cannot, must not. Let's go. Duty complete, baby. We're healing Cid's trauma through his memories. With the power of our friends. This isn't right either. Emperor, Lord Varus, he wasn't there. The Academy was given full charge of the project. Who is concealed in your memory through so many people? Though these events are as you remember them, this is not the truth, not entirely. Whoever this is, your mind has been trying to protect you from them. Like, couldn't be Nero, could it? It's not going to be Nero. Because that was a different thing. It's just going to be his own father, isn't it?
Whoa. Like, he followed his father in here. It'd just be his own father, wouldn't it? But he blocked it out because he couldn't believe that his own dad would want to shoot him in the gut. Well, if it isn't Varys, then who the hell's is it? What could I possibly have to hide from myself? A very obvious truth, I would say. Cid? So it was you who pulled the trigger. Father. Cid, look! His eyes! Oh. That's why he wouldn't... It's like he wouldn't normally turn away research notes. He's not himself. No. It can't be. If contact with Dalamud was able to stir Bahamut to consciousness, it stands to reason the Dreadworm discovered a way to link to the tower and thereby enslave your father. In which case, there was nothing that could be done for him. There is no arguing or reasoning with such individuals. There is only the will of the Primal. And if Bahamut was controlling your father at the time of the accident, then in all likelihood, it wasn't an accident. And so the truth finally comes to light. Get us out of this memory. There we go. Duty complete. There you go. Not killed by his father, but by Bahamut. Well, not killed, but not shot, I should say. By his father, but by Bahamut-controlled father. Yeah, anyone want to sit with Cid and say, hey man, you alright? We're all celebrating in the next room. Bahamut's thrall, and no one was the wiser. Not even your own son. You crazy bastards did it. Once Makoto's described the inscriptions to me, I'll have those weapons forged in no time. On behalf of the Bosian resistance, you have my deepest thanks. I'm just glad I could help. Ever since that fateful day, the truth of what befell our loved ones had eluded us. I held the Empire and your father responsible for their part in the tragedy. For many years, that hatred was all that kept me going. Indeed, I was blinded by that hatred. So much so that even you appeared to me as an enemy. I could not see the blood, sweat, and tears you have poured into bettering the lives of those seeking freedom from the Empire. I could see only a Garlean, and for that, I am sorry. If you can forgive me, let us be allies united against a common foe. Come now. I'm the one who should apologize to you. After all my father and the Empire did, even if not all of their own volition, their crimes will never be forgotten. I'd hazard even victory over the Empire won't be enough to ease such pain, and even now that I know the truth behind the Bozja incident, all it's done is make me question the choices that led me here to this moment. But regardless of the past, we have to keep pressing forward.
one step at a time, for freedom. Just as the heroes of Eld would have done, we Bosians grew up on such tales of peerless warriors, pure of heart, and unwavering in their conviction. Yet here we are, so full of doubt and uncertainty. Will we ever earn our place in the pages of history? Cheer up, Sal. If we live long enough, perhaps we'll be the ones to pen them. Very nice. You say the crystal focus is no longer responsive. It would appear what stores of ether resided with it have been depleted. I did not expect our exploration of your mind to be such a taxing endeavor. Once I identify its etheric affinity and a power source with a compliant energy frequency, I am confident its reserves can be replenished. I thought perhaps the Alliance could use it to extract information from some of their less cooperative Garlean captives, but nothing's ever that easy, is it? I'm afraid aetherology is beyond the scope of my expertise, so I'll leave the rest to you. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call for me. Keyword? Call. Oh yeah, I've got that. Hey, Cid. No. Apparently I have to go on a wild goose chase. I gotta travel to a location and say, you seen this guy? Yeah, he's over this way. Let me give him a call for you. Oh! Shit, could I have done that? Thank you for your help, Master Cid. Well, I'd better head back. I have a mountain of work waiting for me. Before you go... If you ever feel lost, you can always talk to me. Of course. If I run into any ether-related problems, you'll be the first to know. Right, I really must get to work on the crystal focus. Cid, you can always talk to me. Shoulder to cry on, you know. Everything is at last in place to begin work on the weapons of Queen Gunhilda's guard. Master Geralt will be able to apprise you of any further progress in their forging. In the meantime, we will begin preparations for battle. I look forward to seeing you on the front lines. Shooting to all Aethernet shards in the Doman Enclave will now unlock Gangos as an Aethernet destination. Yeah, I should probably do that, hey. And then there's a Doman Enclave side quest. Meanwhile, at the Valnane in Dalmasca, we got hit with a meanwhile. Let's go. I'll check that out, Scribblers. Our spies at the Gangos encampment have confirmed work on the blades of Gunhilda is underway. Got spies. God damn it. They are welcome to them. Who has need of such trinkets when the Lady of Blades will soon be in play? We will proceed as planned. When their forces reach Bozja, you know what must be done. Understood. The Empire is fated to fall, but in its place a new nation shall rise, grander and mightier than anything the Garleans could ever have dreamed. And it shall be made possible by the very power they abhor. What a tease. On the Edge of Memory. Save the Queen, Chapter the First. That's epic. What a fucking title card at the end. Yo. It's Inception. That was cool.
Cool. All right. I assume Geralt has the next step for what we have to do. Obviously, I didn't know what was going on or what would be going on in regards to starting our Bozja journey. That seems to have been the introduction to it. We are at 6 hours in the stream, dear viewers. I am going to have to bring today's stream to a close with that one. It's 2 p.m. for me, and I need to get back to uploading videos on the channel because I can't upload videos while I'm streaming, because otherwise, not enough bandwidth, The stream would lag too much. I got videos that I need to upload, I got dogs to walk, I got stuff to do, and it has been 6 hours. So we did complete the Ivalice part of this stream and got an introduction to Bozja. If I didn't have other things going on, I would probably stream for another hour or so. But I think Bozja is going to be bigger than, it's going to be a couple streams, was what I was told in regards to its length. So the next stream will be ready to jump straight in with some group content immediately, hopefully. But thank you so much for joining, everybody. The Ivalice stuff was so good. Oh my god. Especially that final raid was just such a treat. And we had a full 24 in the Alliance, which was just great. I had so much fun with it, and an amazing little story. So we're going to continue with the Bozja stuff next time, and that'll probably be just the focus of the stream. So I appreciate everyone for joining me for today's stream and watching along the adventure. I will see you for the next stream for more Bozja. Thank you so much.